How are y'all? Happy Saturday. Hope y'all are having a good day. Hope y'all are having a good weekend. Right. So, did anyone watch the fight? What'd y'all think? I think the best fight of the evening was those two ladies. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson was boring as shit. It was a fucking snooze fest. That was lame. The whole goddamn world waited 4 hours for that. But it wasn't a complete loss because that Serrano girl and I think Taylor, bro, they fucking went ham on one another and that shit was amazing. Their fight was amazing. In my opinion, that should have been the main event. That should have been the main event. Everything else was fucking dog shit lame. Including the Paul fight, bro. Really. I had high hopes for Mike, but he didn't have it. Obviously. But Jake Paul didn't knock him out. He took it to 8 rounds. Because that's how you're going to get the most money. Take it to 8 rounds. He went easy on Mike Tyson. That's what I saw. I had high hopes for Mike. Would have been happy if he would have got like one more knockout and then never boxed again. And have that be on Jake Paul. That would have been hilarious. But the writing was on the wall from the first round. And if Mike Tyson didn't end the fight in the first round, Jake Paul was going to win strictly off just points. I was kind of hoping that Jake Paul would have just knocked his ass out. But nope, we had to go 8 rounds. It was boring. It was played out. It fucking... Ugh. So lame. Honestly, I think McGregor versus Mayweather was more entertaining than that. That was ass. Be glad it's not pay-per-view. Because, I mean, technically it is because Netflix, you gotta pay for Netflix, but you also watch other shit on your Netflix. Whenever you pay for a fight, that's it. You just pay for the fight. You don't get shit else. It's not really a lose-lose if you already had Netflix and watched the fight, but for the people that actually bought Netflix that day to watch the fight, I feel bad for you. You got scammed. At least if you were hoping to see a good fight from Paul and Tyson. So, it was just lame. The ladies performed way better. I thought the ladies were a better matchup. I thought it was a better fight. I thought it was more entertaining. And bro, did you see these ladies? Oh my god. They looked brutal, man. One was on the verge of losing an eye. You see that shit? Fucking just like hanging off by a thing. And then after that, then that's when everything got lame. We had to deal with that abortion of a fucking intro by Jake Paul and the fucking lowrider. And then the highlight of everything was the intro that Mike Tyson got, which that announcer is fucking fire. I hope he got paid well for his performance last night. The younger looking Michael Buffer, that guy's amazing, man. He gave Mike Tyson an insane intro. And it was so good. It was so cool. It made me smile. But then after that, it was all just downhill and lame. And good God, it couldn't have been more telegraphed if they told us. Really. That's it. I barely watch. I don't watch boxing these days. I still know the sport. I still know the rules. I know how it's played. I know how the business works. I know how cutthroat it can be. And I've been watching it for a long time. Watched it with my parents. I didn't really have a choice, man. When you're 5 years old, you don't really get a say-so in what's on the TV. If it's cartoons, good for you. But if it's not, sucks. Deal with it. So I had to deal with it in the form of a lot of boxing. Right? So when it comes to stuff like this, I'll tune in once. Am I going to watch another boxing match for the rest of the year or even next year? Probably not, bro. Like, I don't even watch UFC. And if I were to watch boxing, it would only be UFC. Really. Because UFC is just more exciting. With the boxing, I can only see motherfuckers throw hooks and jabs and sidestep one another so long. With UFC, more excitement, better quality of fight, and shit like that. So if I was gonna watch blood sports, it would be UFC every time. I don't really take WWE and all that shit seriously. That's just... And I don't like the technical wrestling. I'm not into the technical wrestling, like actual wrestling. Wrestling. Grappling. All that shit. I can't watch that. But UFC is where it would be for me if I were to watch that again. But I don't, man. Favorite sport's baseball, and I barely even watched that. But I did tune in last night because, you know, it was an event. And I wanted to see. And I'm glad I did, bro, because those two ladies, I'm telling you, bro, that was a really good fight. Those were like the best warriors in the whole arena, really. And they looked like it when the fight was over. Their faces looked horrible. And I'm telling you, bro, one looked like she was about to lose an eye. It was wild. Anyways, that was that. Shit was fucking stupid. The end. Jake Paul wasn't going 100%. Hell, that dude wasn't even going 60%. And Mike Tyson was hobbling. Mike Tyson looked a lot better in his training routines that I saw on the internet than he did in that fight. Really. I don't know. But dude, what can you expect at the whopping age of 58? He's still got more technique and knowledge of the sport than Jake Paul probably ever will. But you can't beat Father Time. Father Time's invincible. Father Time's undefeated. And that's all you really saw there, really. It was a spectacle, that's all it was. There was nothing. And you know that even the announcer thought it was ridiculous. He was going over the statistics, he was going over the stats, and he was like, Jake Paul, 27, Mike Tyson, 58. This is the biggest age gap in a... And then he pauses for a second, and then he goes, in a legally sanctioned boxing match. Even the announcer knew the ridiculousness and the ridiculous nature of what was happening. But they still rolled with it. Because they had record audiences around the world. And you see the amount of celebrities. And on top of that, bro, let me tell you, Netflix, y'all gotta get y'all shit together when it comes to streaming. Y'all are not cut out for streaming. At all. Maybe y'all get better, maybe y'all don't. But what I saw last night was not good. At all. In the slightest. Like, even from a producer standpoint, like, they were going over like, I had no idea who anybody was, right? So if you watched it, you probably had no idea who these people were, because usually when you're watching something on TV, something like this, of this nature, like, think of the Super Bowl, and they pan to the crowd, and they're like, oh, there's Robert De Niro, and under his face is going to be his name. There was none of that at this Netflix live stream. I saw Shaq. If you don't know who Shaq is, bro, you wouldn't have known, because there was no name. It was just a camera moving around. I didn't even recognize one of the fucking Jonas Brothers. I was like, who the fuck is that? And then there was a whole bunch of celebrities in there that, man, at first glance, I was like, I don't know who the fuck that is. But eventually, I figured it out. The whole producing of that live event was, meh. Not good. And then, man, you can just tell that Netflix is not cut out for live streaming. Again, maybe they improve it. Maybe this was just a benchmark and they get better in the future. If they do more live events, I don't know, this was their first one. But, man, close to like the start of the Tyson-Paul fight, there was a lot of buffering. And I have amazing internet. And I know that a lot of you probably have really good internet. There was a lot of buffering. Netflix just kept crashing. Pardon the interruption. And then they had the audacity to say, check your internet service. Bitch! No. There's just too many motherfuckers on your servers. You got too much traffic, and your hardware is not cut out for it. So either upgrade or don't do it again. You know what I mean? So... Anyways, okay, I can read chat now. I had to get all that out because I had so many thoughts, and I knew that people were gonna ask. Someone was gonna inquire, like, what'd you think? That's all I thought. Everything. That's all laid out right there. I didn't watch anything leading up to the fight except for those two ladies that just fucking blasted the shit out of one another, and it was just insane. I didn't expect it. I was like, This should have been the last fight, to be completely honest. But who could have expected that these ladies were gonna brutalize each other like that? That was unforeseen. That was just, no one could have predicted that. Like, and I didn't even know who these two ladies were. We should know from our own attempts at movie nights through Netflix how good they were with streaming. No, Roth. That's different. That was simply just a case of Netflix was not going to allow you to stream their shit on another platform. But I think for last night, I streamed it on Discord. And I remember a couple months ago, I couldn't even get Netflix to show anything on Discord. It was just a black screen. But last night, I was like, bro, I'm just curious. I wonder. I streamed it on Discord the entire time. Y'all could have joined in and watched it with me. But y'all either didn't care or y'all were sleeping, which is understandable. I just gave the heads up. I didn't expect anybody to show up. But yeah, I streamed it. Okay, what's going on here? Mike Tyson teach next boxers pass down the knowledge of boxing. I get what you're saying. He doesn't have to. Mike Tyson simply inspired the next generation of boxer. And if you say anything about yesterday's fight, you can say this. That was essentially... Sucks to say it this way, but that was essentially the passing of the torch from one generation to another generation. And I will say this. Kudos to Jake Paul. Last 10 seconds of the fight, I don't know if y'all saw it. He just, like, bowed out. Like, that's it, man. Don't want to hit you anymore. Pretty clear that I'm gonna win here. I don't know. There was a lot of the fight that just seemed staged. There was a lot of the fight that just seemed like, bro, I could see it. I've seen Jake Paul fight before. He did not go 100% against Tyson. You just can't tell me he did. I don't believe it. There's no way, man. He took his time. There were so many times where he had Mike Tyson reeling. He had Mike Tyson not even against the ropes. He just had Mike Tyson off balance. Any fighter that sees you off balance for even a moment's notice, they were going to close that gap and they were going to take advantage of that and they were going to drop you to the ground with malicious intent. Because you don't give up opportunities like that. Yet, Jake was giving up opportunity after opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And yeah, he threw more punches than Tyson, but I mean, duh. The only thing that was going to happen in that fight would have been at the very beginning. And you could see it, man. Mike Tyson came out hard, 100%. Like, you could see a glimpse of the Mike Tyson of old in the first round. After the first round, that was it. They essentially went into coasting. That was it. For like the first 10 seconds of that fight, Jake Paul looked genuinely afraid. And when the first round was over, that was no longer the case. So either he realized, like, okay, I got this, or there was just like an agreement in place, like, hey, I'm not going to knock you out. We're going to take it 8 rounds. We're going to put on a show for the people. If you get some hits on me, you get some hits on me. If I get some hits on you, I get some hits on you. I don't think that Jake Paul had any intention on knocking out Mike Tyson, and from what I saw, I truly believe that he 100% could have knocked out Mike Tyson on multiple occasions, bro. Multiple occasions. And I was just like, but I get it. I get it. On the flip side of the coin, I get it, because, you know, you got to remember, Jake Paul grew up idolizing Mike Tyson. He doesn't want to do that to his hero. And all that pre-fight bullshit, that's just pre-fight bullshit. I never take any of that shit seriously, because 9 times out of 10, that's just fucking fake, really. Very rarely do you see two motherfuckers that genuinely want to kill each other up there. Lots of times, it's for the camera, bro. They're excellent promoters. And at the end of the day, Jake is a good one. So, I feel like all bets were off for the first round. And then after the first round, it was kind of an agreement. And just like coasting on both ends, really, for the most part. Mike Tyson tried as much as a 58-year-old could try. But At the end of the day, bro, you just can't be Father Time. That's just not. Tracy, what's up? Don, what's up? But you know who I was really impressed with, man, during that whole thing? The announcer. Come on, guys, you can't tell me y'all didn't like the announcer. I thought the announcer was fantastic. That Michael Buffer looking guy, I don't know his name because, again, Netflix did not put names next to anyone. I think up until the final round, they actually put a name to the referee and a name to the people that you saw on screen. But whenever the camera was just panning through the arena, showing famous people and showing influencers and shit like that, it was just like, who are we looking at, man? Show it. Come on. So like that Netflix has to get better with their producer needs to get better. Is all I'm saying. Their producer needs to get better in what they display if they're going to do more live events. And for a live event of that magnitude, of that caliber, that was just sprung on the public with like, I don't know, 3 to 4 days notice, I don't really feel like it went all that bad, minus some of the buffering and the hiccups. And to be honest, I had buffering and I had hiccups, but when it came down to like, it was like the first 2 rounds that I had buffering and hiccups. After that, the next 6 rounds were fine. So I don't know, Vince. Did she pay her phone bill? What is it? That's the only thing, bro. I hate to tell you, but it's 2024. No one just loses connection unless they didn't pay their phone bill, or unless you live out in the middle of nowhere and your internet went off. Well, then you're gonna have to go talk to the cell phone company, man. I don't think this is relationship advice. I think this is like cell phone shit. You gotta go talk to the. Are you sure she did? Did you physically see her go talk to the people? Because I hate to tell you, man, what kind of phone is it? That doesn't sound right to me, Vince. Oh, my phone's not working. I can't talk to you. How did she even tell you that her phone's not working? Did you see her go to the store? Unless they don't pay a bill, phones just don't stop working and lose service. Unless you go through a bad area, but if she's at home, I don't know what to tell you. That seems weird. If you go through a dead zone, yeah. Like whenever I go into the backyard, my Wi-Fi just cuts off completely. For some reason, my Wi-Fi doesn't reach the backyard. But I get service back there. I know some people have shit service and they work off Wi-Fi. If their Wi-Fi goes out, yeah, sometimes it takes a little long, but you still have service at the end of the day. I don't know. You lose service every day, but you're still here, which means you have service now. You can't talk to her at all, not even one time per day at all whatsoever, not even from a landline. Oh, y'all go to the same school. Oh, man, her phone could be out for a number. She probably got in trouble. Probably got it taken away from her dad or something. I wouldn't look too much into that, bro. Really. Alright, so, like Wi-Fi, bro. Does she not have Wi-Fi? Usually people that can afford cell phones can also afford internet. You know what I mean? And if she's in school, I'm assuming high school, that means she has parents. That means she lives at her parents' house. That means they pay for the internet. If her parents can buy her a phone, I'm sure they have internet. Like most parents that buy their kid's phone have internet. So I can't say I ever experienced that problem. And when I was in school, we did have phones. Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about this one, Vince. To be honest. You wait till she talks to you. That's it. Wait till she messages you. Or something like that. And after a week, if she still hasn't contacted you in the world of fucking Wi-Fi and in the world of having a cell phone that she paid the bill for, then she might not be the one for you, bro. After a week and you still haven't talked to her and she hasn't made any kind of conscious effort or anything at all, I mean, unless y'all talk all the time at school, but if y'all barely even talk at school, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That's just me. Dude, what do you mean, Tracy? As soon as I got a cell phone, I knew exactly how to use it. Granted, I did have to learn how to text the old school way, which some of you youngins are never gonna know what it was like to text the old school way. Oh, Lord. Y'all will never know what it was like to hit like 47 and a half buttons just to send one sentence. Y'all will never know, bro. And y'all will never know. So it was basically, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which was your pad to dial numbers. But on each number you had, on number 1 you had ABC, and on number 2 you had DEF, and on the next one you had, and it just went in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the entire alphabet, right? And you basically had to type like that. So if you wanted to type hey, you had to type 5, 3, 9, and if it was the third letter in the sequence, you had to type the thing 3 times. So 1, 2, 3 to get that last letter of the, bro. It was awful. Y'all will never know the struggle. It was bullshit. It was hard, man. But we made it happen, and that's why like you see a lot of millennials that are like really, they're like so good. Like, it's so funny. I've seen so many people look at me like typing on my phone. They're like, bro, how do you type so fast on your phone? I'm like, I don't know, man. But now that I think about it, I think that's why, bro. Because I got hella efficient typing on that shit with those letters. Once I got good at it, I was just like, I look like the Flash trying to type in a whole bunch of sequences to stop a bomb or something. And I think that's why I'm so fast at it now, is because back then, bro, I just got hella good at it. That shit was horrid. So y'all will never know the struggle. And no, we didn't have autocorrect either, I don't think. So you actually had to spell check your fucking self. Man. But then again, autocorrect tends to fuck you sometimes as well, so maybe it was a pro that we didn't have autocorrect back in those days. Oh, and you youngins will also never know the struggle of your parents bitching at you to not fucking send text messages, because back then individual text messages cost individual money. Each text message cost money, and I didn't know that when I was a teenager, and my parents got the bill and almost ran a fucking exorcism on my ass. They were gonna kill me, and they were like, stop sending fucking text messages. And really, I was just texting girls. They were like, stop sending fucking text messages to these goddamn, who are these fucking people? And I was like, girls? And they were like, and when I said that, my mom got mad, and my dad said, oh. And my mom was like, what the fuck do you mean? It was like the parallel between their reaction when I said girls. My dad was like he got it. He was like, oh. And my mom was like, I don't give a fucking shit if it's God. You're not sending a single fucking text message. Oh, man. Yeah. Y'all don't know, bro. Nowadays, y'all have unlimited data plans. That's it. Everyone has unlimited. You don't have to worry about how much you use the internet or send text messages or all the little tiny things you take for granted. That back in the day, dude, it was just like back in the day, only rich people could send text messages. That was a luxury. And you know, somewhere along the line, the unlimited plans came out, and I told my parents, I was like, "Hey, you know, mom and dad, y'all should try this unlimited plan, because you know, y'all get really mad at me when I send these text messages, and you like with this unlimited plan, which doesn't cost that much more than the plan we're on. I could send as many text messages as y'all want, and y'all wouldn't have to worry." And they were like, "Why the fuck would we pay more money just for you? We don't send extra text messages. Why the hell would we upgrade for you? Go to your room, you idiot." And so, yeah. Oh yeah, the fight was terrible. How about minutes until after 9 p.m.? Oh my god, I remember that. I remember that not being able to text, call, do shit. You basically set your phone down, you were just looking at the clock like, yeah. Yeah. As soon as 9 o'clock hits, I'm calling Stacy's ass for sure. Whisper a whole bunch of sweet goddamn nothings into her ear. But only for 30 minutes, because that's all I got. That's all I can do. And if I go over 30 minutes, Mama Bear's gonna come in here and lay down the goddamn law. And yeah, I don't like that girl that much. 30 minutes all you get. So it was a different for phones, man. It was a different time, man. I remember the LG chocolate. I remember the Sidekick. I remember the Razor. The Sidekick was one of my favorites, really. I just felt so cool, man. It almost felt like a Game Boy, really. The Alltel walkie-talkies, the all yellow ones. I really thought they were only for construction workers, but then I started seeing everyone with it, and then I started seeing, like, you know, moms with the shit and stuff, talking to their kids. Skylar, cup, dinner's ready. Skylar, over, out, and like because you know they don't talk to each other anymore. I suppose, I don't know, but Ashley, do you even know what movie that's from? I did that, recording your favorite songs and using them as ringtones or using them as text tones and stuff like that. That right there, Sir Blank, you really got to see what songs you actually liked and what songs you actually fucking hated. Because I remember, I can't remember what the song was, but I ended up putting a song to wake me up in the morning. The very first time it woke me up, I was like, oh no, never mind, this is a terrible idea. Fuck this song, man. Nah. Not when I wake up. I thought this was gonna go good. This went horrible. Nah. Oh, and then something that kids don't do anymore, at least that I don't think they do anymore, and this is something that I did all the time, and you probably did it too, and the first time that your mother called you and you didn't answer, it probably pissed her the fuck off like it did my mother. So if you're old enough, you probably remember doing this one thing where you first realized that you could set up a voicemail on your phone, right, when you were younger, and you were like, haha, I know what I'm doing. So this is what you do. At the tone, please record your recording. Beep. Hello? Hello? Oh, sorry, I'm not at the phone right now. I can't get to you. I'll call you back. Bye. And then that was my man. I made that my voicemail recording one time. My mom went fucking nuclear. She went fucking nuclear. Oh my god. I got so much trouble. Oh man, I got grounded, I think. She was so mad. 9, 10, 11. She was so fucking angry. Mm-hmm. It's part of the game. What are we hearing right now? Oh man, we've been here so long doing nothing that my music ended.
Oh, it's what?
That kid's funny as hell. Oh, Rob Schneider. I'm so happy he won. What is that, like an hour and 13? I kind of want to watch that. I'll probably watch that on my own time. I like Rob. Wait, did I put it on the? I hope I put it on the right. I did. Yo, let me tell you, man, my mom was so goddamn mad. Did you change that fucking voicemail right goddamn now? Oh, wow. I was like, Jesus. And like, the crazy part was, I didn't even do it to piss her off. That's the thing. Like, I didn't even have her in mind when I did this shit. I had like my friends in mind. I was like, oh man, when Jared calls me, he's gonna be so annoyed. I didn't even think about my mother when I did that. It didn't even cross my mind. Like, if my mom calls me and I don't answer, she'll hear that. I did it mainly for my friends, just play fuck games. Well, she called one day, I didn't answer, she heard it. Got a scathing text message. Get your fucking ass home now. Babe, I gotta go. I got in so much trouble that I used to get bitched at by my girlfriends for it. Like, babe, I gotta go. I think I'm grounded. Seriously, Edgar, again, like, we're never gonna get to spend any time together. Like, you're always getting grounded. Like, this is becoming a problem. Fucking no, man. Goddamn Adolf at home. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm trying, okay? Look. Dude, I stayed in trouble, man. That it like negatively affected my relationships. It really did. I stayed getting grounded. And a lot of the ladies, they were just like, I think we should break up. Why? Everything's going so good. They're like, we never see each other. What do you mean? I saw last Tuesday, but we're hanging out next Friday. And she's like, yeah, nah. I'm like, whatever, dog. Thanks, mom. That's nice. Now she's never gonna touch my pee-pee. Thanks. All right. Maybe that was just her plan. Maybe that was her way of keeping me away from that one TV show called 16 and Pregnant. Maybe that was just strategy. Never even thought of it like that. Maybe in her mind, she's like, man, I can tell him all day not to fuck whores. But he'll probably still ignore me. I'll just do this instead. And the whores won't even want him. Well, shit worked, mother. It did. All right, let's. I could be the next ATF director by Brandon Herrera. He should be the next ATF director. And I'm not just saying that because I like Brandon Herrera. I'm not just saying that because, you know, I would support him in that way. And if we hung out, I'm pretty sure we'd get along and be friends. But I just think that he should be because, you know, don't you want the director of the ATF to know just a little bit about fucking guns before he starts putting out rules and shit and mandates and all this shit? Wouldn't that be great, right? If like the person that was in charge of guns knew things about guns? Because have y'all ever heard the director of the ATF speak about guns? Oh, it's embarrassing. Oh, it's pathetic, really. And I accept any and all criticisms from anyone else around the world. Go ahead, let us have it, because it is bad. It's fucking atrocious. Dumbass shit is what it is. So yeah, I would love for Brennan Herrera to be the director of the ATF because, you know, he knows a thing or two or a million about guns. It, I'm just looking at this from a common sense perspective. I'm sorry if it just seems really really simple and just like duh, but you know, I don't I don't know. Maybe with Trump in office, we can do something about that. Cause I'm tired of a I'm tired of a no nothing ass, knowing nothing ass motherfucker trying to tell the American people how and what and the dealio about guns when you don't know fuck all, bro. It's just like it really is unacceptable, in my opinion.
For them, it's
Yeah, but they don't do that, Sir Blank. What you'll notice, especially in this country, is that it's the people that know least about fucking guns that have the most to say about guns. That's just the way it is, bro. And it's unfortunate. Because if y'all would just take 30 fucking seconds to, I don't know, educate yourself once about firearms, you would see that the people feeding you the bullshit about firearms are indeed that, full of shit. But, you know, people, if it's a talking head on CNN, it must be true. If it's a talking head on TV, well, they wouldn't lie to us, would they? Right? They wouldn't lie to us. Given false information and false narratives and things that don't exist and things that aren't real as a way to fearmonger you into agreeing with them that we should de-arm the population or significantly cut back on their ability to arm themselves. Like, yeah. Yeah, Sir Blank, we're in the same boat. I didn't grow up with guns either. I didn't fire a weapon for the first, besides all of the shotguns that I shot with my buddy on his land, right? Because my friends had guns. They had shotguns, they had hunting rifles. And while I never went hunting with them, we would go out to the woods several occasions, get drunk, pop off with some shotguns. When we got too wasted, we'd put the shotguns away because we're not retarded. But we would go out there, shoot, and then get drunk, right? And that was just whatever, whatever. My parents knew that I was out there shooting shotguns, and still they were like, whatever, whatever. We believe you to be smart because my dad was in the military, so he didn't teach me how to handle guns, but he taught me what guns did. He taught me what death was. He taught me what loss of life is, right? So I didn't actually handle a weapon and got to know it and got to take it apart and put it back together and fire it and zero it and engage in a person. I didn't get to do any of that shit until I joined the service at all whatsoever. I never handled weapons as a kid. Not once, dude. Ever. And for a time there, my parents, all through my childhood, there was no guns in the house. I grew up in a different time where you probably didn't need guns in the house. In this age, you do. But there was no guns in the house when I was growing up at all. There was nothing me and my sisters could find, nothing at all. And bro, believe me, I checked that whole goddamn house. Eventually, not when I was younger, but when like I got to be a teenager and I got to be like limber enough and clever enough to figure where things were. I ransacked that whole fucking house and never found anything like that. I wasn't really looking for anything in specific, but I would just ransack the house, bro. I was curious, right? So never found anything like that. We didn't grow up with guns. My parents didn't do anything with guns. They didn't go to the ranch, like nothing at all. My dad's military career, he didn't take his military career and inject it into his civilian dad life as a parent. This is not the way didn't even have conversations about guns. But naturally, with him telling me what these things could do, and you know, starting off small with BB guns, and then paintball guns, and then graduating to my friend's shotgun out in the woods where we would just shoot beer cans, and the only thing that was really in danger of dying was maybe like a random bird. or something like that. There were bats in that area, and sometimes we try to shoot the bats. Didn't work out. We can never get it. They're fast. So yeah, never actually fired real firearms and actually got to understand firearms until I was about 19 years old. Really. So, and then after that, the military did a really good job of punching that shit into your head. There's no room for error. There's no room for negligence. If you fuck up, you're gonna get drop kicked to the goddamn ground, probably punched in the face, and on top of that, you're gonna get an Article 15. So, it's just like I'm very. And what's funny is I haven't really fired many weapons after my service either. I'll tell you. And since I left the service, I've gone to a gun range twice. Once with my ex-wife, and another time with my little sister, I believe. That was fun. Homegirl can shoot. She's good. And then that's it. I don't do much range. It was so funny. I remember when I first got out of the military and I went out to my buddy's land to drink and have fun, and he brought all his shotguns and his rifles with him, and he's like, "Here, man, take a go. I'm sure you miss it." And I'm like, "I'm good." He's like, "Really? Are you sure? Free ammo. Isn't this what you did? Isn't this what you do?" I was like, "I'm good, man. Fine. Just stick with the beer and the good times. I'm fine." Didn't really lost it really. Now, if it comes to a 50 cal, I'm fucking there and I'm horny and I'm erect. But just like shooting to shoot, really going to the range, really just like kind of lost all that motivation when I left the service to really keep up with that constantly like I did. So. You get an M4 carbine like everyone else, or were you some more exotic bro? No, dude, my first tour had M4. Everyone had M4s. That was the standard weapon for us my first deployment. My second deployment, we all had M16s. Didn't matter to me. I was still a 50 cal gunner. That M16 was fucking irrelevant to me. Because if my 50 cal couldn't do it, then I had a 249 right behind me that could. Right, so my M4, I kept it up in the turret with me, but I had it on a rack. Like, I had two gun racks in my turret. I had one behind me that held the 249, and I had one to my right side that held my M4. And that was it. If I needed to pull out the M4, I pulled out the M4 and shot from the turret. If I needed the 50, I used the 50. Rarely did I get into any occasions where I had to pull out the 249, although I almost did one day. But I couldn't get it out. It was right behind me, and I was gonna get it, and I reached back, and I yanked on it really hard twice. I was like, fuck it, I'll just clear the jam. And so I cleared the jam. It took me a couple seconds. Whatever. And I kept shooting, but yeah, that was it. I really should have tried more, but the thing is that getting that 249, I could have maintained a lower silhouette just clearing the jam than grabbing that 249. I would have had to expose myself way too much out of that turret to grab the 249. And it was to the point where like my harness was hooking. It's kind of like a seatbelt. You know, like if you pull a seatbelt really fast, it doesn't go, right? Well, when I shot up really fast, my harness hooked because it's like a seatbelt. If you move really fast, it locks. And I couldn't even really. I was just like, I would have had to unhook myself, unharness, get up there, grab the 249, get back down, reharness myself, because at any time the truck can start moving, and at any point your truck can get bombed and roll over. So it was just like not a conducive act at the time. I was like, fuck it, I'll clear the jam. And so yeah. Anyways, no, I didn't get downgraded at all. Technically, I did get downgraded because as an 88 Mike, which was my MOS in the military, they promised me a shotgun. I don't know what the fuck that girl the other day that was like wishing PTSD on soldiers was talking about when she said like, enjoy your fancy Camaro. Yeah, I didn't get promised a Camaro, bro. I got promised a shotgun for my MOS because that's what we're supposed to have as truckers. We got our service rifle, and then we got that shotgun. That's what I was promised. That's what I was told. I wasn't really looking too forward to that, but I was excited. And then I didn't get a shotgun. And I was upset. And I was like, I was lied to. And they were like, well, you can thank your recruiter for that. I was like, no, I heard from more people than just my recruiter, man. I heard like from people currently serving. And they were like, well, you know what, son? You're not getting a shotgun. Maybe they did. You're not. Here's your M4. That's it. I mean, I still needed the M4, but I also wanted the shotgun. And the overkill perk is not something that's unrealistic in the Call of Duty games. It's real. You can have 2 primaries if you want to. They wouldn't let me. Oh. Well, we're gonna get this started. We kind of got off track. Yeah, well, I was lied to. And yes, we had to use M16s in the on my second tour. And I don't mind M16s for what I was doing in vehicles. However, I would have really been upset if they would have given me an M16 for what I had to do in my first deployment. My first deployment was a lot of foot patrols, a lot of going through villages, a lot of climbing mountains. We did convoys occasionally, but that wasn't our main role. So just having an M16 in close quarters like that, inside of a village, tight spaces, long hallways, I wouldn't like that at all. I'd be pissed. Big ass M16, long ass fucking rail system, just a long weapon, man, in general, just long, dude. And the M4 is small, compact. I keep my elbows tucked in. You know, when I get to a wall, I can get pretty close to the wall because I'm not worried about my barrel protruding past the wall, right? Giving away my position or something like that. M16s for the convoy stuff was fine. For the foot patrol, village shit, mountain climbing, fucking, that would have been horrible. I would have hated that. So, but the M16 is still accurate, man. And it's still a good weapon. You can be very effective at a very decent range with the M16. Given you have a decent optic and you're zeroed and you got some good breath control, good trigger pull and all that shit, you can be very effective with the M16. It's just I've always preferred something smaller, more compact in my hands, somewhat lighter. I feel like the M4 is slightly lighter than the M16 because the buttstock on the M16 is just that shit is just ungodly big. And I used a 16 in basic. That's what I qualified with. So I know my way around the M16 just like I know my way around the M4. Just the M4 is just more appealing, man, to me. I don't even know people that like the M16 in video games. I fucking hate that shit. Every Call of Duty I've ever played, the M16, there was one Call of Duty where they made the M16 full auto. That was not bad, but every other Call of Duty, I don't know anybody that likes the M16 that plays with that shit on purpose. And I applied the same kind of logic to real life outside of certain scenarios that I talked about earlier. But I'm fond of the M16. I just like the M4 better. And that was the only thing that I would have gotten to use outside of the 249, which I didn't have to carry, and the 240 Bravo, which thank Christ I didn't have to carry because we did have a 240 Bravo gunner. 240, that big bitch shoots 7.62. That is a machine gun. And it is like the 249's big brother. Specialist Reeves had to carry that one. But I don't think he minded it. He had fun on that thing. McCoy had fun on his 249. And my buddy Tinkham, he almost melted the barrel on his 249 during a firefight, which I was just like, dog, We bring multiple barrels for a reason. You know that, right? He's like, I left him in the truck and I didn't want to run back, and it was too good, man. I had a good spot right there. And I was like, okay. Ryan with the 5. When an aviator wing walked during a dogfight, darn hub. I'm sorry. I wing walked? Let me see if I can just get this in my head just based off of what you typed. You're in a dogfight. You're in your plane. I'm assuming that someone's behind you trying to kill you, right? That's what dogfight is. You're in the sky. You get out of your cockpit. You walk on the wing. Mid dogfight, mind you, with bullets and shit. In the sky. In the air. Like where gravity is really effective for you. I getting that right? Let us watch this, and we're watching that absolutely 100% next. Okay, Ryan. The title is a slight exaggeration. I'll be the judge of that when we get to it. Let us do this first. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be old era. This has to be an old era story because nothing in modern times would warrant a title like that. Wing walked. Aviator of a F-22 wing walked. That would never be a title. Unless his name is fucking Master Chief. This would never be a title. So this has to be like old. Like old. Like I don't we're gonna find out. Maybe he didn't actually walk. Maybe he like crawled, held on, and like maybe the wing was damaged, and he's like, "Oh man, I think I can fix that real quick. Hold on." Shimmy over real fast. A little bit of duct tape, elbow grease, hopes and dreams. Get back to the cockpit. All right, bitch, you lost your chance. Dead. Imagine. It was a dogfight for the auction. We're gonna get to that. All right, stop talking about it because you're just getting me excited to watch it. And we're doing this first because I would love for this to be a thing.
Gun Meme Review. Before we get started in this episode of Gun Meme Review, I just really wanted to check in and ask you guys.
And what are the prerequisites to being director of the ATF? What are the prerequisites? I can't imagine you have to have a college education for this. Bro, you're the director of guns. Not even guns. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Man, I feel like everything about your job, that training can be given to you by another person on the job. On the spot training. You gotta go to college for this? You gotta have some kind of degree? Because I don't know if Brandon Herrera's ever been to college, but he knows more about guns than I want to say 90% of people on this planet. Is that a fair assessment? So what are the prerequisites? Be 60 plus? I guess, yeah, because they're all that. They're all that. So, like, I mean, whatever the prerequisites are, fuck those prerequisites. This guy knows more than you. And I feel like that should be the only prerequisite for the job. How much do you know about guns? Because based on your knowledge about guns, you can make good decisions about guns. But if you don't know dick about guns, then you're going to make stupid decisions about guns for the American people. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I feel like the only prerequisite would be your knowledge about weapons. I don't think you have to have a law degree or you have to go to the same school that these politicians went to. You got to go to Yale, Harvard to have this job. To me, I feel like it's all in the knowledge. I would say the requirements should be a gun specialist for at least 15 years. What's your definition of a specialist? Would you consider Mr. Herrera here to be a specialist? I would. And by what benchmark would you give him that title? Right? Because with Brandon Herrera, it's really about opinion on his knowledge. Whereas in the current director of the ATF, he just has it on, oh, just trust me because I know what the fuck I'm talking about type deal. You know what I mean? So I do like that prerequisite, but would that disqualify Mr. Herrera? I feel like he's been doing YouTube for damn near almost that long. Maybe not 15 years, but he has been doing the gun thing and gun reviews, gun knowledge, gun safety, gun information, accurate gun information for a long time now. So in my opinion, that would make him fall into that prerequisite. Yes, I feel. Yeah, it's not always about opinion, but you know what I mean? Like the current director of the FBI, he has more what am I looking for? He has he's more at this point he has more credibility than Brandon because he has been director of the ATF and he has worked in that job and he has served that job for however many years. And even though we don't think so, that's what it is. More credibility. Someone that is currently in that job naturally to the outside looking in is going to have more credibility than someone that's just a YouTuber, right? You know what I mean? But and that's why I said it's a matter of opinion. It would be a matter of opinion if you would consider Brandon to meet those prerequisites of the 15 years of being a gun specialist. You know what I mean? So for media purposes and for the American public, you can't tell the American public you got an idiot up there, but you know we see it, right? So if the media endorses the ATF and if these people endorse the ATF, bro, millions of other people are also going to do it, and they might not even know that this guy's an idiot, right? So that's what he has over Brandon. Brandon doesn't have the already established aura of being the ATF director. That guy does. It's kind of like a career politician running against someone that's not a career politician. It's kind of like Trump, kind of like all those people that were already established politicians running against someone that's never fucking done it before, and they were like, yeah, that guy's never gonna do it, bro, because he's never been a politician. When in all reality, that turned out to be his greatest weapon. That turned out to be his greatest strength, is that he wasn't a politician. Because I don't know how you politicians haven't forgot. I don't know how y'all forgot this or how y'all didn't know this, but nobody fucking likes you, really, at the end of the day, even your supporters. If we could live in a world without you, bro, we would, willingly. So, and we would just do it ourselves. Anyways.
After the results of last week's election, how are you doing?
Fucking phenomenal. And I know you're doing phenomenal too. But if you want to take this time to be facetious and kind of a smartass, by all means, I'll accept it.
Because I'm doing fucking great, baby. Ice cream man is out, McDonald's man is in. We're in for a fun 4 years. That, and I'm finally glad I can stop getting so many fucking political text messages. Finally being free of election ads, texts, and calls.
Do I still have it? Do I still have it? Speaking of political text messages, please tell me I still have it. I got a... Oh, here it is. Here it is. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, how would you rate President Donald Trump? I responded with, I'm gonna lather my balls in hummus and do something dangerous. Stop fucking texting me, bro. I'm not an idiot. I can see the news. I see what's happening. Stop fucking texting me. Don't contact my personal dojo number for some bullshit. I don't care who it's for. You get a ridiculous answer like that if you do it. Don't fuck with me on my personal time. If I want to see what's happening, I'll turn on the goddamn news. I'll turn on the internet. Don't contact the landline. You fucking turds.
Mariah Carey. Side note, is it just me, or like when we were kids?
You know what? The fact that Trump got reelected It'll make up for the fact that we're gonna have to listen to Mariah Carey for the next 3.5 months. Imagine listening to 3.5 months of Mariah Carey under Kamala. Jesus. That fucking suicide help number is gonna be fucking.
Didn't they wait until after Thanksgiving to start putting up Christmas shit? Like, don't get me wrong, I love Christmas, but not in fucking October. That's okay, though. I'm all around in a good mood. You could say that I've been unburdened by what has been.
My girl just lost a day ago. Like, damn.
I did want to take a moment to thank you all for your service in the great meme war of 2024. It's going to be hard to top the meme energy of 2016, but this election.
Oh, speaking of this dude, this face, you know what this reminds me of? I don't know if y'all have ever seen it, but it's a clip of a Marine getting the Medal of Honor presented to him by President Obama. And the clip shows the Marine standing in uniform. You can't see Obama, but you can hear Obama. And he's like, as Ryan's team was pounded on that small mountain. And as soon as Obama said pounded, you could see the Marine's face. He was just like, he wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh. Bro, he got that Medal of Honor and his friends probably died. He probably lost homies. He probably lost close friends. But that's just the way veterans are. That's the way soldiers are. He's getting an award, and that award came at a great cost. But soldiers were going to soldier no matter what. And I thought it was just the funniest shit ever. I was like, here this man is in the most serious of situations in front of the president, and he still can't help but. I'm going to be good. I'm going to be good for this one. Promise my commander, my wife, all them. Yeah, I'm not gonna break character now. I've made it too far. I just thought it was hilarious. If y'all ever see it, if y'all ever find it, it's a hilarious video.
24. It's going to be hard to top the meme energy of 2016, but this election did come close. Also, people did point out that DiCaprio kind of looks like me in this picture, at least back when I was rocking that style of facial hair. So thank you all for your meme service. But your job isn't done yet, which brings me to the subject of this video. So as the incoming president of the United States, Trump is currently busy picking his cabinet. With the help of the Avengers of politics, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., essentially just trying to make sure that this incoming government will be full of as many based people as possible.
Yeah.
And a few interesting names have been thrown out there. So RFK Jr. has a website where he's actually crowdsourcing nominations for potential roles in the incoming government, which I actually think is a pretty rad idea. I mean, God forbid you give the people more choice.
I know.
It sounds like a real threat to democracy to me.
I know.
Anyhow, I was informed that my name was brought up. It turns out I was nominated for the head of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Please, make it happen. I will vote for you. Is there a voting for this? Or do you have to go here? I will vote for you. I will. Because the president's whatever. These motherfuckers right here are always a pain in the ass no matter who the president is. I feel. I'll vote for you, man. I really would.
AKA the ATF. Now,
They're appointed. You can't vote for these people. Shame. Well, again, we got Trump. So hopefully he doesn't let that shit go without attention, because
the ATF is the regulatory agency behind the firearms industry. Also technically alcohol, tobacco, and explosives, but
they really only give a fuck about the guns.
well,
Let me guess, this isn't about the alcohol or the tobacco.
it's mostly just a gun regulatory agency.
Yeah.
They're the ones responsible for things like approving tax stamps if you're buying an SBR, suppressor, anything like that. Also for regulating FFLs and SOTs, like federal firearms license holders.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they do a lot of stuff with alcohol and tobacco. It's just not at the forefront of the news. And to be honest, it's probably not even newsworthy. For real, when it comes to the alcohol and tobacco. Because alcohol and tobacco, I would assume that the ATF, the when it comes to alcohol and tobacco, they're just rolling up on a fucking liquor store that's either selling alcohol to minors or is doing some weird shit with money. That's not really newsworthy, man. In my opinion, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do more with just alcohol and tobacco, but nobody really cares about the alcohol and tobacco when the CIA and the FBI are moving tons of fucking drugs. So, because we move a lot of drugs, we move a lot of weapons. One of the only things we still move, really.
They're also responsible for a lot of dumb fucking rulings as of late. But yes, on that website where people are being nominated for these positions, my name, despite me never telling anybody to go vote for it, is now at the very top of the list, which is not something I had in my 2024 bingo card, but has been a very fun development. And of course,
that would be great. So, I mean, if he's looking, who is it, RFK? If RFK is looking at this and Brandon's at the top, I mean, golly, dude, how much time has changed? How much time has changed? Think about it. 30 years ago, if you wanted a job, what did you do, guys? You physically went to that employer, waited at the front office for some old ass secretary named Edna to call you to the back, and then you talk to this employer face to face and you give him your resume and you tell him what you're good at, you tell him what you're not good at, you tell him what you want to get out of the job. You basically sell yourself in the best way you know how. And in 2024, you can just get a job by simply just showing your knowledge and your prowess of something that you're passionate about on the internet. You don't even have to do all of that other shit. Really, how times have changed. And I don't hate it. That's good. It's awesome. It's great for Brandon. If it actually happens, that would be insane. That would be the first person that actually makes it to a job like that without having any experience in that world ever, and simply being chosen because of his knowledge that he's displayed over the years on this really popular website. That'd be crazy, right? That'd be a first. That'd be like a dawn of a new age type thing.
of course, you guys have been doing your job and memeing the hell out of it. If the Trump administration decided to ask me to become director of the ATF, I would gladly accept and help make America great again. Please, God, let this happen because it would be so fucking funny.
Did I also mention that I feel like it would work? Fuck the funny. Fuck the ha-has. I think this would work. That's just my opinion, though. But you guys know me. I'm a know-nothing, deplorable piece of garbage racist that despises women. So I might not know all that much, take everything I say here with a grain of salt, but I mean, oh my god, I feel like we could put Tekashi 6ix9ine up there and it would be better than what it is right now. That's just... Wait, RFK was basically kicked out of the Democrats for being a Kennedy Democrat, which being a Kennedy Democrat compared to Democrats today technically makes you a Republican. Am I right?
DC elite.
Because I wasn't alive for Kennedy, but Kennedy didn't want and wouldn't stand for any of the bullshit that Democrats want and will or are willing to stand for today. He didn't want any of that shit. He didn't want wars. He didn't want none of that stuff, man. He actually wanted to give more back to the people, but nope. Fuck that. Can't have that. Bye, John. You had to go. Your sacrifice was admirable. Your country thanks you for your sacrifice. That's the treatment that they gave him, really, for the most part. And yeah, a Kennedy Democrat is a Republican today, pretty much. Because they are not the same people. They are not the same generation. They don't even have the same values, morals, ethics, train of thought, logic, nothing. Completely different kind of person. So, yeah.
Celebrating Brandon's election loss. Brandon getting nominated for ATF director.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Brandon Herrera's first day at the ATF as director.
I don't want there to be any hard feelings between us.
Relax, guys. There really is no bad blood. But, just in case, you should probably...
Dude, you know what you should have played too that would have made the scene so much better? Is when he hands the gun to Harvey, which is you handing guns to the American people, back to the American people, and you're just like, introduce a little anarchy, right? That one's so good. That would have gone good with it.
You have your resume handy. Choose your own adventure. Journey to the job fair. I mean, hell, Vivek proposed firing 75% of government employees. I know an agency he can...
I would not be opposed to that whatsoever. At all.
Start with, look, I don't know what the actual likelihood of something like this happening is, but my God, this would be one of the most legendary appointments Donald Trump could ever make. And one of the funniest.
You know, what I would really like, really, is I would really, truly, more so than marijuana, man, at this point, I would really, truly like them to unfuck the VA. That would be great. That would be great. Not for me. I made my choices, and I got to deal with it, and I'm in the process of trying to get my discharge upgraded, which has nothing to do with the state of VA, but I know the state of VA regardless of my dealings with it, and it's ass. It's fucking ass, bro. Unfuck it. I don't know why it got fucked to begin with whenever it comes to helping, I don't know, the people in this country that are willing to do the one thing that no one else wants to do, but bro, unfuck the VA. Some way, somehow. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but fucking do it. Jesus Christ.
Because there's nothing I would rather see more than the headquarters of the ATF turned into a fucking Spirit Halloween. The same thing, in fact.
That's about all y'all are about as useful as a Spirit Halloween. Really. At this point. Unreal.
It just happened to the Kamala's Wins Twitter page.
Yo, dude, don't get me started. I can quote so much of that movie, it's not even funny. Especially Joker lines. My God. You see, they need you now. But eventually, they'll cast you out. Like a leper. You see, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve. Okay, let's not.
Weird. AK Guy is ATF director. U.S. citizens. Machine guns. Now, of course, there's limitations on what you can do as the ATF director. So I couldn't, for example, repeal the NFA and repeal the Hughes Amendment and everything like that.
You can only add.
If it was a bill that
Can't
was
take
passed
away.
by Congress and written into law, then you need Congress to undo that law. It's just how the Constitution works.
And that would just take way too long, really. I don't think anyone would want to go through that undertaking.
However, you can have a lot of fun with interpretations and definitions. Like, for example, the Hughes Amendment that doesn't allow you to register machine guns after 1986 also says that the ATF can open 90-day amnesty.
You can't... Hold on.
Machine gun and definitions. Like, for example, the Hughes Amendment that doesn't allow you to register machine guns after 1986.
It doesn't allow you to register machine guns after 1986? Well, the way you say it almost seems like a punishment. We're not going to allow you to register this weapon. Okay. Cool. Thanks. That... Am I hearing that wrong? That doesn't sound bad. We're not going to allow you to register. I didn't want to. So... Thanks? I don't know the way that's phrased. It makes it seem like it's a bad thing.
Also says that the ATF can open 90-day amnesty periods, where you could then, in that 90-day period, add as
But
many.
if it's not registered, do you still get in trouble for it not being registered? Is that one of those things where like you can't register it, but if we catch you with an unregistered weapon, you're in trouble? And since that's not registered because we said you couldn't register it, now you're in trouble. Is this kind of like double jeopardy? I was just looking at the bright side. I don't have to register it? Cool, thanks. Fuck, how's that bad for me?
Many machine guns as you would like to that registry, like California Freedom Week, except for the entire country. And with machine guns. That sounds like...
And let me tell you, that's the way listening to this is it seems like you can just go buy yourself a machine gun prior to 1986. And you don't have to register it. And you're good. And you could probably buy as many as you want, because being that you have to register, I guess there's a limit, maybe. I don't know, but buy as many as you want. And you could have them, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. That's just what I'm gathering. You don't have to register it. There's no limit on it. I go buy a whole bunch of weapons that predate 1986 that work. And let me tell you something about weapons prior to 1986. They can still fucking kill you. And it's a machine gun. So... when would you ever get caught with a gun unless you do something wrong? I mean, you can catch people with guns all the time. They're probably not doing anything, though. Like, I've seen people with guns on their hip, holstered, concealed, carry. I've seen those people. I caught them out in public. I didn't do anything. They didn't do anything to me. I just saw them, right? But you see people with guns all the time. That's...
It's like something an ATF director could legally do. And let's say, just hypothetically, if one did do that, and then all of a sudden there were a lot more machine guns added to the registry, so many so that one could potentially argue that machine guns are now in common use, as the Supreme Court has deemed anything in common use is protected by the Second Amendment, and therefore not bannable.
I see what you're putting down, Brandon. I see what you're putting down. I do. And it's in the term of a very interesting, very cheeky loophole. Dude, I see what you're putting down.
I'm just saying we can have a lot of fucking fun with this. I know we're getting a little wishful thinking on this one, but my God, there's a real potential that in 100 days, we could undo 100 years of unconstitutional regulation. And I hope it happens. Just as another example, the National Firearms Act defines a suppressor as any device that silences, muffles, or reduces the report of a portable firearm. It does not, however, say by how much.
You can hide things in vocabulary.
I've also committed, because I frankly find it hilarious, that if I were to be picked by the Trump administration to be the director of the ATF, I would be donating my entire salary to no-kill dog shelters.
Hell yeah.
Also, I would make the ATF stop using these targets for training. Paraphrasing my buddy King Trout,
do they use those targets for training? Well, that makes sense. It's 2024. And they put Bluey on the target. It used to be Ahmed, but you know, Democrats and feelings and cultural shit, right? Woke. It went to this.
So I would make the ATF stop using these targets for training. Paraphrasing my buddy King Trout, they shot the gorilla and it fucked the timeline all up. And while it sucked that they had to...
We already have a third party ticking, they just never win. And it's the party that I usually support. Or it's the party that I fall underneath, which is libertarian, man, or just like the independents, really. Independent, or we already have that. They just never win. And if you don't know that we have that, it's because you probably never seen them, because they rarely get as much airtime as anyone else. Really. We do have a third party. And they run, and they try, and they never win. So, that's just it. Like, I like the third parties. I like a lot of the independents. And a lot of the libertarian ones, but they're never going to get elected. Man, I've come to terms with that. I came to terms with that a long time ago. They'll never get elected. And if they do, hooray! That'll be That might be a first. I can't fucking remember. Everything's either been Republican, Democrat. But we do have shit in the middle, and we do have a third that runs either independent, libertarian, shit like that. They just never win, unfortunately.
Kill the squirrel. That righted the timeline again. We're moving on to levels of winning you wouldn't think possible. Mati, what
Bro, did y'all see the Trump dance? Did y'all see
timeline again? We're moving on.
Did y'all see the video of everyone doing the Trump dance? It's about like, I think it's like a minute and a half long. Man, that's just so good. It's so funny.
On to levels of winning you wouldn't think possible. Mati, what do you foresee for us? Director, Brandon Herrera. Brandon R. Herrera, by the way, my middle name is Joseph.
If you actually become director of the ATF, and that's not actually the picture that you use on the website with the firearm and everything, I'm gonna be upset, Brandon. If you actually become director of the ATF, and that is not the exact photo on the website, sham.
Director, Brandon Herrera. Brandon R. Herrera, by the way, my middle name is Joseph. I don't know where R was coming from. Was appointed by President Trump and sworn in as director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives on July 4th, 2025. Mr. Herrera is responsible for trashing unconstitutional overreach and draining the bureaucracy out of an agency that was supposed to protect the public, but ended up just giving machine guns to Mexican cartels instead. I'm not gonna read this whole thing, but it's very funny. Mr. Herrera received his degree in gunsmithing from Sonoran Desert Institute, which you can do online by going to sdi.edu. I did not, by the way, have a degree from SDI. Just throwing that out there, I get enough fucking forced stolen valor in my life.
This is from a veteran who said, I have to give this to you. It is your Purple Heart.
But seriously, the meme warfare on Twitter on this thing is making it actually blow up to the point where I've had a lot.
He'll be the first director of the ATF that has a Purple Heart. That's the case.
Of people ask me if this is actually a real thing. Father, utilize the AK guy. I heard a lot of rumors that Barron was actually running a lot of the digital footprint of the Trump campaign toward the end. Like getting him on with Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, because his kid is plugged into all this shit. He's a kid. Right? And that would make sense. And that's like hella smart on Donald's part. Like, instead of getting, I don't know, some 40-year-old jackass or 50-year-old jackass that is staff at the White House to do this shit, and she's like, I think the kids would just love to see Donald Trump do an interview with Steve from Blue's Clues. I think that's what they want right here. No, just Barron. He'll do it. Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, all these influential people that are part of pop culture, part of our daily society, part of the conversation in a huge way. Yeah, smart.
Really hope it's true because all of the memes of Barron being the mastermind behind this have been very funny. Real talk though, could you imagine how fucking wild those Senate confirmation?
And leave it up to Barron, bro, because if you ask Donald Trump, he's old, man. And just like Biden, I didn't expect Biden to know what the fucking youth was about. Just like, even if he is, I still don't expect Donald Trump to know what the youth is about. Or hell, even people my age, because Donald Trump is like 35 years older than me. But Barron does. The kid does. Obviously, who would have fucking thought that the kids know, you know?
Hearings are going to be. I can only imagine what lifelong bureaucrats like that would think about an actual outsider like me. But I have some guesses.
Great. An alcoholic arms dealer.
You know what's going to be fantastic? How old is Barron right now? How old is he? What's the age on that fella? Can anyone tell me right now? Just like 18? So here in about 17 years, that kid will officially be old enough to run for president. And can you imagine, just imagine, because the youngest president was Kennedy, and he did it in his 40s. Could you imagine if this kid becomes president in the future? Can you imagine all the young people right now, all the young people in 2016 that fucking hated Donald, right? And they still hate him now, and they're like, oh, thank God, 2028, it's over, thank God, we'll never see this fucker again. Except, he's got a son who in about 17 years' time will be old enough to be president. And from what I've seen so far, it seems like his dad is grooming him pretty nicely to either take over a business or have some kind of major responsibility, or maybe even follow in the footsteps of politics or something like that. Who knows what this kid's gonna do, right? But when Donald was 18, he got $1 million from his dad and turned it into $1 billion. So who knows what this kid's gonna do, but just imagine. I'm imagining it right now. And the fallout. And I think I'd still be alive for a presidency for Mr. Barron here. Because youngest was Kennedy, and that was in his 40s. So 17 years until he turned 35. Maybe like in 20 years, he'll be 40-something, right? 25. I'll be in my 50s, close to 60. We could see another Trump in office in the future. If it goes that way. Or it could not go that way. I don't know, man. Who knows? Maybe this kid goes to Vegas and takes over everything. Like his dad did. Who knows? And just like buys out all these casinos and regains control of all this shit that his dad used to have control over. Who knows? But it would be funny. And the memes would be good.
What could be better?
But real talk though, I don't know if the ATF has ever had a director that actually understood the firearms industry, the gun community, and I mean firearms in general for that matter. Most of them can't even disassemble a Glock, much less tell you the intricacies of actual firearm law.
See,
meanwhile, I've had a federal
That's so embarrassing. That's so...
firearms license with an SOT for over a decade now. And realistically, one of the biggest reasons I even got into politics was
the only reason these dumb fuckers right here think that guns are dangerous is because look at the way that he's handling that weapon. The reason that you think guns are so dangerous is because you're an idiot and you're liable to shoot yourself. Because look at that. That's an abomination, man. And all these people, they end up shooting themselves. And then they go and they tell millions of other people, guns are way too dangerous. You can't have them. You can't have them anymore. Why? Because you're stupid? Because you shot yourself? No, man. I've seen people get run over by their own car. Are we gonna start banning cars?
my passion for changing firearm law. That, and I've got an entire cell phone full of firearm.
Was it Theodore that was the youngest? Nah, bro. I thought it was Kennedy.
Lawyers on speed dial for, I was going to say things like this, but let's be honest, none of us had this on the table. All in all, do I think this is actually going to be a thing that happens? No. But then again, if you asked me the same thing about running for Congress 2 years ago.
Like literally by a year. I always thought it was JFK. 42, 43. All right. By a year.
I would have said the same thing. At the end of the day, it's up to the administration, but oh my God, can you imagine a world with me at the helm of the ATF? That agency.
Not just you, Brandon. I'd like to imagine a world with a smart person behind the ATF. Doesn't even have to be you. Let's just upgrade the brain capacity, quite possibly the chromosomes of the director of the ATF. Let's upgrade that. Let's upgrade that a little bit. Let's get this position up to standard, right? Just a hair.
He would never walk right again. I love it. And hey, Trump said he's down to abolish the Department of Education, so hopefully we could put in a good word. Anyhow, guys, I thought this was too funny of a development to have actually been picking up traction to not talk to you guys about. And fuck it, you guys saw what happened last time you actually got out to vote. Worst case scenario, we get more of the same. Best case scenario. Anyhow, I appreciate you guys staying all the way to the end of the video. More range videos coming up. I've got the unsub live shows.
And I think we're watching something by the Unsubscribed podcast. later on this evening as well. Sweet Jesus. They made an Indiana Jones video game. Well, you got your work cut out for you. Because the last couple of Indiana Jones movies have been subpar at best. So, about time we get an Indiana Jones movie, man. Or an Indiana Jones video game. Really. Because Laura Croft has dominated the fucking... this genre. This lane. It's about time Indiana Jones made an appearance in gaming. Not that I don't like Laura Croft and Tomb Raider, but it's just like, that's all it's really been, man. Really. That game needs some competition. With more competition comes more games, so... Oh, they got their work cut out for them. I feel like the game could probably be better than some of the movies, man. I stopped watching Indiana Jones after that one with Shia LaBeouf. I called it quits after that. I was like, I'm good. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, whatever the hell. I don't know. Whatever had Shia, that was the last one I watched. I gave up after that, really. It's just again, bro, why does everything need 10 movies? Why does everything need and poor Harrison Ford, man. That guy's like 98 years old. Still dragging his ass out to sets and cross country and on fucking press tours. Pretty sure he just wants to eat his oatmeal and watch the Weather Channel. I just let Harrison Ford be. Man's made enough money. Fuck. You know what? If they put Joe Biden to play Indiana Jones, actually put Joe Biden to play Indiana Jones, I'd watch that movie. I would. I'd watch that movie in theaters. I would. Missing out on a fantastic opportunity here, Hollywood. But it would require you to, I don't know, somewhat make fun of your hero. The most popular, not anymore, president in history. But no, I fell off Indiana Jones, bro. Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade is my favorite one. Last Crusade? Yeah. That was my favorite one. That's where it was at for me. I've seen that one so many times. I always confuse Crocodile Dundee and Indiana Jones. I always confuse Crocodile Dundee and Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter. I always, as a kid, I always did. And my mom would always correct me. No, honey, that's Steve Irwin, crocodile hunter. I'm like, yeah, no, crocodile guy, same thing. It's like, no, the other ones, you'll get it eventually. You'll understand. Why no U.S. president age 25 and older? I'll give you the exact reason. Because I know a whole bunch of 25-year-olds, and I used to be 25 myself, and 25-year-olds are retarded. Really. I feel like 35 is the perfect age, because we've never elected a 35-year-old. And usually the ones that have decided to make a push for president at that age, they don't make it or get elected, because especially us here in America, we look at age as wisdom. We look at age as knowledge. We look at age as maturity. And that's just wisdom, maturity, and logic and foresight is something that just a lot of 25-year-olds do not possess, because they're 25. They're only 4 years removed from being 21. 6 years removed from being 18. Nah, bruh. Nah, my opinion, 35 is fine. We just need to raise the age of voting. I don't think 18-year-olds should be allowed to vote, in my most humble opinion. I don't think 18-year-olds should be allowed to vote. I'm willing to go to 21. I would prefer 25. 25, you can vote. I don't like the idea of giving, even when I was 18. If someone told me I couldn't vote, I'd have been like, the fuck ever, bro. I got a bitch's house to go to. But like, you're 18, you're a child to me. You're a kid. I don't think you should have a say-so, really. And if you are 18, the only 18-year-olds I feel that should have a say-so in voting at that age is if you're a veteran. Active duty, not National Guard, not reserve. You actually got to be doing it. You're 18 active duty, you can vote. That's the way I see it. That's the way it should be. That's the way I want it to be. 25, you can vote. If you ain't 25 and you're not active duty, you can't vote, bro. We have too many retarded kids voting. We have too many kids going to fucking college, learning stupid shit, and trying to apply this stupid shit to our currently well-working society. Like, no, bro, I don't like you little fucking youngsters deciding for us. I don't like your 18-year-old dumb fucking ass deciding for my 35-year-old ass, or her 40-year-old ass, or her 60-year-old ass. You don't know anything. You don't. You know fuck all. That's it. Get older. Learn. Wisdom, maturity. Grow up. Then you can vote. That's my opinion. I think it should change. I think we should stop letting dumb fucking children say what happens in this country. Grow the fuck up, and then you can say what happens in this country. That's like allowing your little 6-year-old to say what goes in your fucking house. You're the goddamn parent. No, bro, no. You want to say what goes on in this house? Wait till you turn 18, you can move the fuck out. Same thing here. Wait till you turn 25, and then you can fucking vote. Other than that, bro, your opinions mean dick to me. They do. They do. 18 and younger, you don't even register as a person to me. Your thoughts, your speech, like nothing, you're invisible to me. And younger than 25, oh, you're just a fucking buffoon, really, for the most part. Most of them. I know, because I've been 25. I was also a buffoon. So 25 is where I draw the line, man, for voting, really, at the end of the day. The 35 to be president, that's fine to me. That's fine. Maybe someone can make an argument to move it to 40, because I don't think we've ever had a president younger than 40, right? You said, what, Roosevelt 42, Kennedy 43? You wanted to move it to 40, by all means, it still wouldn't hurt anybody, but I made stupid decisions at 30 years old, so I think 18-year-olds are lucky to be able to vote. I don't think they should. I think that shit should be fucking stripped from them. Really. To be completely honest, bro. Y'all don't deserve to vote. Y'all don't deserve a voice. You're too young. Man, you're too young. That's it. You're too young. You don't know anything about life. You don't know anything about the world. You don't know anything about how this world operates, about how it works, about how dangerous it is. You don't know any of these things. At 18 years old, you just don't. Don't give a fuck what kind of 18-year-old you are. That's it. You don't know shit. So why should we listen to you? Why should we take your advice? Why should we give you a voice? Why should your voice even matter? Why should it even have merit when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? And you're so easily deceived. That's another reason why I don't think you should vote. You're so easily duped. You're so easily deceived. You'll believe anything, bro, at our detriment. At our detriment. Some jackass comes in and makes you believe a whole bunch of dumb shit, and we gotta suffer the repercussions because you're so fucking gullible. When we can just remove you from the equation and we can just keep good decisions flowing because y'all fuck up the decision making. Man, y'all put a kink in the hose. Really. I can't stand it. Like, imagine asking my fucking 3-year-old what I should do about mortgages and shit. They don't matter. Oh my god. Jesus, if you're a parent with a 16-year-old, tell me what they want in life right now. Does it matter to you? Fuck no. I mean, their dreams matter if they want to be a painter or a musician or stuff like that. Yeah, that matters. But as far as this shit, what your kids think, does it matter to you as a parent? No. No, I know it doesn't, bro. Don't lie to me, because it wouldn't matter to me either, man. One day, they'll be old enough to make decisions for everybody else. But for right now, get fucked. Go back to watching Scooby-Doo. That's how I see it. Sorry. I can't be fucked to change my mind either. So, but feel free to try. Which 18-year-olds care enough to vote? Quite a few of them. See it all the time. I mean, dude, have you not watched our Trump meltdown videos? Just about every single person in these videos, I guarantee, is younger than 25. You see all the people losing their fucking minds and crying and wah, wah, wah. Look at their faces. They 18 to 24. 15 to 21. That's the ages of these psychotic fucking people having a mental fucking conniption because they lost. They shouldn't be voting to fucking begin with. Look how they behave. 25. 25. That's 25. That's what I feel that it should be. Really. You can't buy tobacco at 18. You can't buy alcohol at 18. You can't buy pornography at 18. But you can decide how the rest of us live. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I had that right. Because when you say it out loud, doesn't it sound fucking retarded? I think so, but... No, at least not in my home state. In Georgia, there's a place called Starship that sells everything from sex toys to porn videos to DVDs to all kinds of shit. They even sell tobacco products. You cannot purchase shit from this store if you're 18. You have to be 21. You have to be 21. And most of the country now, you have to be 21 for alcohol and tobacco. But you get to decide how the rest of us live. Something about that feels so goddamn ass backwards, it's just weird. You haven't even gotten to the point where you even have responsibilities yet. But you can decide how the rest of us live and the responsibilities that we have. And see, when you say it out loud, say it out loud. Say it backwards even. Johnny Somali is a fuckboy, and I'm so glad he's going to jail. I hope he goes to jail for longer than 20 years. And I hope he gets sexually assaulted in prison. Because that's what he fucking deserves. Really, at the end of the day. I'm not holding anything back on this dude. Fuck that guy. I hope he gets destroyed in jail. We're gonna do some unsubscribed clips. It's crazy. That Johnny Somali fucker, that's the only motherfucker on this planet that makes me think that a person like Jake Paul's not that bad. I look at Johnny Somali and I look at Jake Paul and I'm just like, Jake's actually a good guy, really. Compared to this fuckstick. It's crazy. That's how shit he is. The only thing you can accuse Jake Paul of is just being a douchebag and being insufferable. This Johnny Somali guy, I was truly hoping that he got killed on camera and we would all see it. But instead, the law saved him. You know, people think that he's getting fucked by police. No, he's getting saved by police. They're saving his life, man, because if he stays on the streets any longer, he is going to die, bro. I've seen this dude's videos. I've seen his streams. I see how he behaves. The police saved him, really. And if I was Korean police, I would have let him die. Really. Only a matter of time before you fuck with the wrong one, and then he kills you, and then guess what? We'll bury you and set him free. That's what I was hoping would have happened, and I could have seen it in 4K, but unfortunately, no. Really. Because I don't mind seeing death, and I would have relished his. Does that make me a bad person? I don't care. Of course I'm a bad person. I'm an American, and I'm a veteran. And I'm a male, of course. By default. Just ask anyone. I'm a piece of shit. Don't give a fuck, though. It's the way I live. I love it. I love being that way. I love being your boogeyman. I'll gladly be your boogeyman. Feel free to hate me as much as you want. I'll be your punching bag. Because I can take it. I'm not the hero that YouTube needs right now, but I'm the one it deserves. Oh, no. Yeah, no. We'll do unsubscribe next. We got to do that Yarn Hub video. I forgot. That was a donation, and technically we should have done that first. I'm sorry. My bad. What was it? Oh, I hope it didn't disappear. Right here. Got it. Yarn Hub. I'm sorry about that, Ryan. I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder. Somebody reminded me. This is absolutely insane. Okay, we're good. Perfect. When a P-47 pilot aided a Japanese aviator? Huh. That must have been a... That seems like a feel-good story, really. When a P-47 pilot aided a Japanese aviator. Probably saw the Japanese aviator separated from his group. Maybe missing an engine, maybe missing a wing. Just not a good day for him. And this P-47 chose not to shoot it down. Maybe even escorted it back to his team and then peeled off. Make sure he didn't die, I guess. It seems like a feel-good story just from the title. In a world full of evil, good things can still happen, I suppose. One of those videos. Alright. Get to this.
Welcome to the PetSmart Kitchen. I'm excited to give you a behind the
Crazy. I bet you all that shit together costs like $97. Dog spends all day licking his own butthole. And so does that cat. And you spend $97 on food for this fucking thing. I don't know, call me old school, but I'm just kibbles and bits. Really. Maybe I get some like wet food and mix it in with the dry food a little bit, but shit like that, man, who are you buying that? Are you buying that for the cat or yourself, really? You're just trying to make yourself feel better? I'm sorry, I'm getting off track. Because if it was actually for cats, it would taste like mice and rats. Probably doesn't, though. I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. I'm petty. I don't know, that's personal opinion. That's personal preference, really. American brown guy. I don't know. What's your opinion? Hmm?
It's the 26th of April, 1944.
I'm actually gonna go smoke before we start this. So let me, if y'all need to go do anything, take a shower, take a shit, shave, go get something to drink, go get something to eat, put your kids to bed if you have them, take your dog out if he has to shit. Take your dog out, bro. I'll be forgetting too. My dog's not here right now. My dog's at my mom's. Because I'm going to be going to my mom's over the holidays. And the pitbull, not the pitbull, the Rottweiler hasn't been here in months. I don't know if y'all have noticed, like, a lack of a Rottweiler around, coming in here, getting all up in my shit. The Rot's been gone for, like, almost 2 months now. And then I'll go get her over the holidays and bring her back. I think I'm bringing her back, maybe. Or I may just leave her at my mom's until my sister comes back from her deployment. Which I may end up doing. That's actually one of my jobs as a ramper. That's what the guys walking with the plane when pushing back are called. The ones with the light up wands. The ones that are always like... And they like send the fucking... They send the planes. I wish I would have had... I would have liked to have done that, really. Had I not chosen the MOS that I chose, I would have chose infantry. But had I not chose the MOS that I chose, and had I not chose infantry, it would have been so cool to just be on an aircraft carrier and be that guy that just fucking launches the planes. Well, you don't launch them, but like you guide them on the tarmac, on the carrier, and you're just like fucking go! Right? That would have been so cool. That, or just, I really had my sights set on just like being in a helicopter. And just being a door gunner on a helicopter, no matter where, no matter what. That was like, that's what I wanted to do the absolute most. But there was no direct paths to being a helicopter gunner. Being a helicopter gunner just really depends on what unit you land in, really, for the most part. And I didn't land in the right unit to be a helicopter gunner. And bro, I begged too. I asked, I begged, I pleaded. I even went above my chain of command, which they got really mad about, and went and asked someone of higher rank. And that didn't work out really good in my favor. My chain of command was upset, but he wasn't. He was just like, you really want this, huh? I was like, please, can't happen. And I'm not going to tell your chain of command that you did this, but they might already know, so have fun with that. Whatever. Let's go. But with civilian airliners, yeah. How old are you, Roth? Roth, you've never been in the service, have you? Given what you do now, you could join the Air Force. Really, really quick contract. I don't know how it is in the Air Force, but the lowest contract that you can sign in the Army is 3 years. Do a really quick contract in the Air Force, and then go right back to the civilian world, to the job that you were working right now. You probably make more money. You probably get a better job. Probably get higher on the totem pole, really. Maybe. But if you don't want to do that, that's not really a big deal. But I will tell you, I see their job. I'm looking back at everything I did. It just seems pretty easy for the most part. Okay, let me do this. Because that's one thing I will say, like, Air Force is one of the best branches to join if you're looking to, in my opinion, if you're looking to carry your military service into the civilian world, like my sister plans to do. My sister already has a job lined up at an airline when she gets out of the Air Force. I can't really say that that was the case for much of us in the Army when we got out. We really had no prospects of. We basically had to get out and use whatever terminal leave we had to find jobs, right? A lot of Air Force cats though, man. They get jobs before they even get out of the service. Like they're like my sister's baby daddy. He was already employed by someone else while he was still in the service. He was getting out of the service, but during all that process, he was still in. He already had another job somewhere else waiting on him. So when he left, he'd just go on leave, and when he was done with leave, he starts his new job. He's a firefighter, and he's in Africa. But yeah, Air Force. So the Air Force, man, it's just like for Air Force, I feel like it's so easy for them to get work right after their service. Not so much for the Marines and the Army guys. Some get lucky, but majority of us, not so much. Not really. I look at my counterparts in the Air Force, and they were like, they hit the ground running when they got out of the service. Not so much me or anyone else that I knew. Took us a while. Okay, I'm gonna go smoke. I'm sorry. We keep getting like caught up. Let me Kat, what's up? How are you?
I'm looking for a board for my...
Damn, you couldn't get Tony Hawk for your commercial? You just had to get like some generic white dad? Pretty sure Tony would have showed up for this. He doesn't need the money, but... really loud. Y'all probably can't hear me. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, all the people that I joined with, that I joined the military with, like all of them, I can count on one hand how many people I met are still in the service, and all of my friends, everyone I met, like my closest friends, we all had the same mentality. All of us, bro. We joined, and all of my battle buddies, man, even some of my sergeants, we joined. And none of us, bro, none of us had any plans on staying in the service. Me, Sergeant Fortney, Sergeant Vasquez, McCoy, Pinkham, Reeves, Smitty, Sergeant Thomas, all of my friends. All of my friends, Myron, all of them, they had no intention on doing 20 years. They had no intention on doing anything longer than their initial contract. And matter of fact, me and two of my friends, me, McCoy, and Sergeant Thomas, we were the only ones that re-enlisted. But I didn't re-enlist, I simply just added 3 more years to my contract. And after those 3 years, I made the decision that I was like, I'm not coming back to this. I'm gonna finish out this contract and then that's it. Then the court martial happened, but bro, none of us had any plans on staying in the service. Like, we joined and we all said the same thing. Fuck this. Fuck this. And it was so funny because our first sergeant got so fucking mad. He would call, he called me into his office and he was like, Falcon, the end of your contract's coming up. Any thoughts on re-enlisting? And at first I told him no, because I was still thinking about it. At first I told him no, he got mad. And then he called my roommate in, and he called everybody into his office, asking about re-enlistment and retention. And 90% of the people that he called into his office all gave him the answer of no, minus me and a couple of others that were just undecided. And then I did re-enlist, and then when I get to my second duty station, they start talking to me about, you know, going to retention like here in a couple of years and stuff like that. Like, already talking to me about it, even though I already re-enlisted, which I thought was strange. And I was like, nah, man, I'm not, no, I don't know. That's it. Like, I'm staying in long enough to pay this shit off, and then I'm fucking out. I'm not staying in. My first sergeant got so mad, he held a formation. He's like, I think it's downright despicable that I have all these soldiers here and none of you want to stay in the service. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, bruh, you'll get more. Like, what do you mean? Like, he just got so mad that nobody wanted to stay in the service. Nobody wanted to do retention. Nobody wanted to stay in Italy at all. He was like, what about retention for staying here overseas? And most of the people gave him the same answer. They were like, and stay here in this unit with you? No, not really. I'll take a hard pass on that. And so yeah, dude, most of my team, most of my platoon, most of my company, 95% of them are no longer in the service to this day. They could no longer take it, really. And I just couldn't take it because had I stayed in the service, bro, I'd be on like deployment number 5. Probably done with deployments now that we're out of Afghanistan, but I was like, nah, dude, that's it. I saw the writing on the wall. It was like deployment, 6 months off, deployment, 6 months off, deployment, 6 months off. I have friends that did 6 deployments. And I was just like, no, dude, I did 2. I'm fine. I'm not like, I'm not. I don't think I'm cut out for more than 2, really, to be honest. I'll be right back. Did I play this? Yeah, I did. Yo, I forgot to tell you. Forgot to tell y'all earlier today. I was scrolling through just shit on the TV, and I forgot what I was on. Maybe I was on Netflix. I can't remember. But I scrolled past Nightmare Before Christmas. They were showing it, and my niece was like, "I want to watch that." I was like, "I don't think you want to watch that." She's like, "I really do." I was like, "Yeah, I don't really think so. I don't think you're gonna like it." She's like, "Just let me." She watched it for like 45 minutes and then got scared and turned it off. I forget what scared her, but I was like, not really all that scary, but she's a little pansy sometimes, so I was like, see, I kind of figured. I told you weren't gonna fucking like it. Yeah, dude, I love that movie. Nightmare Before Christmas. Saw it as a kid. Something about it scared her. Can't remember what it was. She's like, nope. Turned it off. Went in there. I was like, what happened? She's like, I don't want to watch it anymore. I was like, okay. Right. I was like, what was it? What'd you see? She's like, I just don't want to watch it anymore, Theo. Got it. Word. Hosts break down in laughter over left's Trump meltdown. I would watch that, but it's Fox News. They're just gonna copyright me. Ooh. All that. Okay, back to what we were watching. That. Why an aviator wing walked during a dogfight. Let's see.
It's the 26th of April 1944, and in dark skies over France, 21-year-old flight officer Fred Mifflin is at the controls of his Lancaster bomber. He's in one of over 200 bombers in the air tonight to take out critical targets in Germany, and German radar knows they're coming. A specially adapted Bf-110 with guns that point up eases under an unsuspecting Lancaster and fires. Inside of the cockpit of Mifflin's bird, the crew see a flash to the left, and the unmistakable form of a Lancaster on fire lights up the night sky. The 7-man crew look on in horror as one of their own goes down. Many of the Lancasters are lost this same way this evening. Approaching the target, Miff gets on the intercom and tells everyone to get ready.
Get ready, men. Coming close.
Behind Miff sits flight engineer Norman Jackson. Jackson has to jump up and fold the seat over as the bomb aimer scrambles forward and gets into position. The Lancaster is rocked, and the darkness is illuminated by flak as they get closer to the German factories. The plane lurches, and a cry comes over the intercom.
We're hit!
Flak has erupted nearby and has damaged the wing of the Lancaster, but Miff is a calming voice.
Don't worry, boys. I've still got her under control.
60 seconds.
Flares on the ground dropped by Pathfinders illuminate the target.
There's the spot bomb aimer. The plane is yours.
Yeah, dude, I would just much rather be on the ground. Really, I'm not built to be a pilot. I'm just not. I'd rather be on the ground. On the ground, I can run from you. You know, but if the impact of one of these ordnances doesn't kill you, the crash will, right? Whereas if I'm on the ground and you shoot ordnance at me, it may kill me, it may not. But if it doesn't kill me, I can fucking run and hide. I can live to fight another day. Not so much up here. That's so much more difficult up here. Because you gotta survive up here, and then God forbid you get shot down. You gotta survive that too. And then you're behind enemy lines, and you also have to survive that as well. It's just like it's like a whole bunch of shit stacked on top of one another that I'm just like, I'd rather be on the ground. I'm fine. Y'all can have this badassery.
The bomb aimer
Yeah, but I haven't watched that yet, and I literally have not watched anything about that nerdy review at all in the slightest. I'm kind of interested to check it out, but I have this mindset of like, okay, well, you motherfuckers are giving us all this shit about aliens. What are you doing though? That's what I always think. Anytime the government starts telling you about some shit that has nothing to do with them, it's just like, that's cool and everything, aliens, but what's that? What are you doing? What's going on? Like, while you're not talking about aliens, what are y'all talking about? What are y'all planning? The aliens are cool and everything, but I mean, throughout the course of history, I've always seen you guys like say some shit just to distract American people away from what you're doing. And so, being that I have an inherent distrust for all of you motherfuckers, period, what are you doing behind all of the alien stuff? That's just my thought process. That's why I haven't gotten into it yet. I feel like if I do, I might miss something else. I'm too busy on this, but I am interested because aliens.
Flares on the ground dropped by pathfinders illuminate the target.
There's the spot bomb aimer. Plane is yours.
The bomb aimer peers through the sight, and as it slowly drifts over the flares that had been dropped earlier, the bomb aimer hits the...
Yo, what's y'all's favorite Christmas movie? We're not doing Halloween anymore. Halloween's over. What's y'all's favorite Christmas movie? I'll go first. The one Santa Claus movie with Tim Allen. What's that called? It's my favorite Christmas movie. That's too easy. I can't remember the name. Santa Claus, Merry Christmas All the Way or some shit. I don't know. But whatever the Santa Claus movie had Tim Allen, that's the one. That is the only one.
Release.
The Santa Claus? Oh, well, then that's it. I just love Tim Allen. So, yeah.
On the way.
I grew up watching Tim Allen, so I just think he's really funny. And, well... And one of my favorite shows by Tim Allen, if y'all have never seen it, is Last Man Standing. Incredible. It's so funny. It's so good if you've never seen it. And I think you should see it because once upon a time, they actually canceled the show because Tim Allen was making way too many Hillary Clinton jokes. And this was back in 2015, 2016. And then the show ended up getting picked up by someone else and they continued. Which I thought was great, which was like just a big fuck you, like, haha, can't cancel this, bitch. So,
Plumes of fire erupt as the bombs hit the ground. Miff takes back control of the plane and turns for home. Alone in the darkness is what they're all praying for. At higher altitudes now, the German radars pick up the large British planes with ease. And on this night, they're directing a squadron of night terrors, the FW-190s, also known as butcherbirds. And these ones...
That just sounds horrifying. The night terrors?
...are specially adapted for hunting at night. Upon receiving instruction from the ground, an FW-190 pilot quickly spots the lumbering British plane in the moonlight.
And these things seem like they can outmaneuver the shit out of those British planes.
It's the perfect night for a hunt. The Lancaster has radar, but it's slung underneath the plane. From up high, the FW-190 is almost invisible. Inside the night fighter, the German pilot eases the nose forward, and in the clear moonlight, he sees the distant form of the Lancaster drift into his...
Surely y'all don't lose this fight, right? 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 Surely the British don't pull some wild shit and embarrass you, right? Have the advantage, strategic advantage, tactical advantage. And I'm pretty sure your planes have more maneuverability than these big flying fortresses of British aircrafts. Y'all don't get embarrassed, do you? Oh no.
Sights.
I have you now.
His finger hangs over the release as he moves within 50 meters and presses the trigger and lets loose with all he has. Cannons and machine guns shatter and pound, and he sees tracers snake out towards the tail of the bomber.
I'm hit.
The German 20mm shells have ploughed through the tail, and tail gunner Norman Johnson is now badly injured.
There's another.
The turrets of the Lancaster erupt in return, but the German pilot disengages, pulls up, and disappears into the gloom.
Keep them peeled, boys. He's out there somewhere.
The 190 reappears from 5 o'clock level position, and then fires a burst along the entirety of the bomber's length, punching through the fuselage and hitting the right wing. Without a tail gunner, Miff knows he's got to work hard if the crew are going to get out of this one.
Hold on, men.
He pushes a massive bomber into a dive and a turn, performing a corkscrew maneuver through the air in an attempt to throw off the 190. Mifflin is a great pilot, but the 190 is an incredible piece of machinery, and against the Lancaster, it can easily keep up with its superior.
I kind of figured. I just saw that just given the visuals, really. The Lancaster, probably a good plane, but compared to this, it is just outclassed.
Agility.
These are, which is makes sense, man. This is the 190 is the equivalent of a fighter. The Lancaster is the bomber. So, damn. During this bombing run, they didn't have other people with them for security, because usually that's how that works, right? These bombers can defend themselves, but only up to a certain degree. And you would think for a bombing run like this, you would, and especially if radar already picked you up and they know that you're coming, you would have thought that you would have some offensive capabilities with you during this excursion. I feel. And keep going.
At speed. The 190 follows, firing all across the aircraft. A shell strikes right next to the cockpit, and pieces of shrapnel pepper Norman Jackson's legs. He winces with pain, but as he does so, he sees the cockpit illuminated as fire bursts out of the holes in the wing right next to the engine.
We're on.
And you can't fight, let alone survive this with that engine on fire. I think this is where we get into the wing walking. You crazy bastard, but at the same time, what do you have left to lose?
Fire.
The remaining turret fires with all he has at the 190, but then the enemy pilot disengages once again and disappears into the dark.
What is this 190 doing? I feel like he's like playing with his food, really. Like, I feel like you could have downed this shit like 10 minutes ago. Maybe cocky, maybe ego, maybe like, I got this, this won't be all that hard, right? Why would you ever take a chance like this on an enemy? Right? Again, maybe it's different up in the sky than it is. I know if I catch you reeling, man, I'm bum rushing you. That's it. I catch you off guard by surprise. You're stumbling. That I'm only delivering kill shots in the most vicious manner possible. I don't know what this pilot's doing.
Bandit's gone. Not for long. Check on Johnson.
Jackson watches the fire expand, gushing out of the many cannon strikes across the wing. If it burns for too long, it will snap the wing in half or cause the fuel tank to explode. But despite his injuries, he has a crazy idea.
Toft, Higgins, come over.
Ignoring his leg wound, Jackson...
We're dead anyways. That's the idea. Let's do some wild shit, and if it works, it works.
calls for the crew and
if it doesn't, I'm dying anyways. So
tells them his bold plan.
I can go out there. Where? Outside.
He plans to get out of the aircraft, crawl along the outside of the wing, and put out the fire. But they just need to hold on to him by his parachute, he says.
Jeez,
the men are stunned, but Jackson's dead serious.
What's your fuck?
That's certain death.
What?
Jackson considers his position. He calmly prepares as he explains,
I may be able to put the fire out. If I do, you should be able to drag me back in. And if I don't, and I get blown over the wing, then just beat the parachute out best you can. What do you think, Miff?
I think you're batshit fucking crazy. But it could work. And in a situation of certain death, it could work. Seems like a really viable option. So they either yank you back in with your parachute, or you fall and hopefully your parachute works during your fall, some way, somehow. Pray. Yeah.
Mifflin is completely shocked, but Jackson is already shrugging off his injuries and unfurling his parachute. Without time to think it over, the bomb aimer and navigator take hold of the parachute lines, and Jackson steps up to the hatch.
Ready? Ready.
The hatch is removed and cold wind immediately blasts them in. The deafening whoosh is filling the bomber.
God, dude, this is a fantastic story, but that 190 pilot is so garbage. I can't stress it enough. This is one singular bomber that can't really return fire, has to pretty much stay level to make sure that his homie doesn't fall off the fucking wing. This is such an easy kill. This is a great story. This is fantastic. This guy has balls of steel. But dog, what are you doing, 190? Where are you? What are you doing? You're a failure, man. Like,
Mifflin takes the speed down as much as he dare, but they're still going 180 miles an hour at 18,000 feet.
Capacitor course check is okay.
Undeterred, Jackson slides himself out into the freezing stream of wind. Are you ready to dive into the unknown to help your team win? Get into epic naval battles with World. Back in the skies, Norman Jackson feels the wind slamming into his body and he's buffeted about. He's carrying an escape axe and he rolls and pierces the back of the axe through the aircraft's skin for support as he fully emerges from the crew compartment, hanging on for dear life. The crew slowly feed out the parachute as Jackson stretches down for the wing, the fire illuminating.
This doesn't even seem fucking real, man. This really does seem like some movie shit. Like, I feel like this is Tom Cruise.
The path. With a colossal effort, he makes his way to the leading edge of the wing. He grabs onto the wing's leading edge and shuffles over towards the fire by hand and axe. Fueled by adrenaline, he gets up.
I'm not a pilot, but I can almost guarantee they do not train you for this shit.
Close to the fire. One-handed, he takes out the extinguisher as the heat of the steel he's hanging onto bleeds through his glove. He takes the extinguisher, shoves the nozzle through the cannon strike, and squeezes the handle. The inside of the wing is filled with extinguisher powder, and amazingly, the flames start to subside.
He's doing it. It's working.
The heat is burning his hands, but he keeps at it, and miraculously, bit by bit, the flames recede until they're completely extinguished. The flames are out. He can hardly believe it. He's going to get back home and see his family.
You gotta get back in the plane first.
A few hours prior to this mission, he was told that his wife had given birth to a son. But, up above, someone else sees the flame.
Look at this guy. It's almost like a really shitty script for a movie. Like giving the heroes all the time in the world to do heroic shit. Welcome back to the fight, dude. What have you been doing? Did you go to Starbucks or something? What?
Flames go out. It drifts down once again. The FW-190 pilot lets loose another volley of fire that finds its mark on Jackson's leg and right shoulder. He shouts in pain into his mask, just as the fuel tank underneath him is cracked open. Fuel spills out into the night air, and then a ball of flame bursts all around him. He falls off, and his body is swinging around now in the airstream. Within the plane, the crew feel his weight as the parachute lines tense up in their hands.
It's gone from the wing. We'll never get it back now.
The only way you're gonna be able to get him back in is by slowing down, bro. You're going 180 miles an hour. That's you're going against drag, wind resistant, like the whole nine. You gotta slow down, I feel.
Got to let him go.
They feed out the parachute and release Jackson. And the parachute is sucked out into the night air and set alight.
Never mind. Never mind. They...
By the fireball. The Lancaster groans and lurches, rapidly losing altitude. Mifflin grips on the controls, keeping the plane straight and level for as long as he dare. But she's critically hit. He manages to get the Lancaster to a safer height and gets on the intercom.
Dropping below 7,000. Get out of
The
here.
crew rush for the escape hatch.
Johnson won't survive the jump, Smith. I hear you, Smith. Bail out.
At the rear of the plane, Smith is forced to abandon the critically wounded tail gunner and joins the rest of the crew as they jump out into the night. They freefall for a moment until their parachutes blossom. In the distance, their flaming Lancaster loses control moments after they jump. Mifflin can't abandon the tail gunner, Norman Johnson. They're close friends. Johnson's injuries are too severe to survive a jump, and Mifflin takes the decision to try and crash land the plane.
I was literally gonna recommend that from the very beginning, but I didn't think that would be a good idea. Really. In my head this whole time, I'm thinking like, dog, just get as close as you can to the ground. Man, it's gonna hurt, but just land it. Try to land it. It's not gonna be pretty. It's not gonna look good. You may die. But you're for sure dead in the air. So roll the dice, take a 50-50. That's been my thought this whole time, but
Norman, I'm landing the plane. You hear me?
I hear you, Miff.
I'm here, and we're going to crash land.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
That act was not to succeed, and both men lost their lives. A flaming parachute
you would have died either way in the sky. I feel 50-50.
wheels and flaps in the night sky,
This motherfucker survived. That's crazy.
with Norman Jackson attached. Incredibly, he's still alive. The ground approaching rapidly until
Producers, all of Output's bundles are on
A tree broke your fall, or a branch, hopefully. From that height, you probably broke a leg or two. See,
sale right
I don't care.
Jackson hits the ground hard. Smoke is still coming from his charred flight suit. He's in terrible pain, but he's alive. Bushes broke his fall, but even so, the impact was so hard, it's broken both of his ankles. His hands are badly burned, his legs are covered in wounds, and he has a bullet in his shoulder.
Help!
He's in desperate need of medical attention. He won't make the night without it. He sees a farmhouse. Harnessing all his remaining strength, Jackson crawls towards it on his elbows and knees.
Literally gives me behind enemy lines vibes right here, just a little bit, which is a fantastic movie with Owen Wilson. Probably one of his best films, in my opinion. Sort of like Wedding Crashers, which I'll always love.
Shortly after, he was taken prisoner and sent to a German POW camp, which featured a large hospital run by captured Allied medical staff. Jackson would end up making a full recovery.
Jesus.
The 5 survivors of his stricken Lancaster stayed in camp until liberated in 1945. Jackson finally got to go home and meet his son, who was born on the night of this mission. Later that year, he was awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions on this mission. Upon hearing the news, his immediate reaction was, "What the hell for?" Norman Cyril Jackson passed away peacefully on the 26th of March, 1994.
It's hard enough doing these missions at night, but the Americans are doing them during the day. I know. Did you hear that story where only one B-17 came home? Yes, I did. You can see the whole story here.
That was good. That pretty much says it all. And these missions are already hard at night. Americans are doing it in the fucking daytime. Those psycho bastards. Yeah. It's kind of what we're known for. Really. If we can't beat you, we'll out crazy you. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That garbage ass 190 missed out on. Is that even a. Yeah, technically he does get a downed aircraft. Technically he got 2 kills. But. Nah, I don't think so. I can't award you points, man. Really. I can't award you points for that. You took your sweet fucking time to do nothing. I award you no points, man. I don't give you that confirmed kill. I don't give you that confirmed downed aircraft. That was piss poor, in my opinion. You screwed the pooch. You. Shameful. It is just shameful. Ugh. Was this Mad TV? Oh, I've seen this one, Tracy. You sent this one to me on Discord. I've watched this one before. I don't know if you want to watch it again. I never watched it on stream. You sent it to me in a link one time. And I watched it. I think we were on Discord when you sent it. I mean, you can pick something else if you want. Eddie VR and what is that? Before I even click on it, dog. What is it? I'm so hungry, dude. I haven't eaten at all. Yo, Madison, what's good? I don't know what you're talking about, Mysterious. Oh. With a fake name. Well, thank you for telling me who you are. That's fine. Are you gonna tell me what that is, Vince, or are you like not here now? Oh no, we can do unsubscribe now. That's what Tracy, if you want to replace yours, you can. Firing a US military javelin for the first time. These things are cool as fuck. I've never fired one myself, but if you get one of these things coming at you, you're not gonna have a good day at all, whatsoever. And good riddance to fucking you. Yeah. I mean, look at it. What? Do you see it? You see it? Why do you think we made it look like Terminator's dick? Like a T-1000's dong. Why do you think we made it look like that? You see that? Because we're about to fuck you with it. That's what the weapon is. That's what it's called. You can call it a javelin, or AKA, I'm gonna fuck you with this. That's what you can call that. Badass. I've only ever fired this weapon in Call of Duty, Battlefield, some other games. All right. I appreciate that medicine. Thank you. Do you, Roth? I didn't even look. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Thank you. I'm glad you told me. If I can find where I put these things for patrons. For the fuck. Here. Somebody put something in movie night requests. The greatest beer run ever. What's it on? Oh, that's just the IMDb page. I mean, I'm down to. Is that Zac Efron? The greatest beer run ever is a 2022 American biographical war comedy drama film directed and co-written by Peter Farrelly based on the book of the same name by John Chicky Donahue and Joanna Molly. The film stars Zac Efron and Russell Crowe and follows the true story of Donahue, who as a young veteran sneaks into the Vietnam War to deliver some beer to his... I don't even need to read anymore. Yeah, I'll watch that. I'll watch that. And it seems like it's for a good cause too, delivering beer to Vietnam veterans. I'll watch that. Maybe on Kick one of these days. If it's on a platform that I have, I'm not going to start paying for a platform I don't have just to watch one thing. So hopefully it's on Max or Netflix or Prime. Only ones I have. Hopefully it's not like on fucking Hulu or Peacock or any of that other shit, because I don't have it. Paramount, I don't have that. But alright, let's see what's here. No, that's licensor. Bet. Alright, let me get done with this one, Roth, and then we'll run yours. Fuck you. Well, it really is up to you on what I call you. So I just go with what y'all prefer. Some of y'all have different names on Twitch and shit like that. I'll be calling people different shit all the time. That's not a big deal. Yeah, maybe we can bring back maybe. All right, here we go.
Assistant gunnery, because usually I'm rocking the M249, so the light machine gun, and you guys have met him, Casey, my buddy Casey.
Yep.
He was my AG. So he's rocking my ammo pack, but he's also rocking
Thank you, brother.
Because there's two components. So he's got that, and then I've got the javelin. So we go through the woods. It's snowing, by the way. So there's
Where
just
you
fresh. Vilseck, Germany.
I've been there.
So
Snowing
fresh
hard.
snow, everything's cold. So we're like, all right, we finally go through the motions. We get up to the top of the crest of this hill, and we're like, all right, Grant, this is your moment. And I was like, sick. Apparently, what I didn't know is that again, I assumed that if I've taken the class, the NCOs with me have also taken the class, so they understand how the javelin works. They didn't. So when you lock...
Terrible assumption.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? So... Exactly.
Sometimes it's very dangerous to assume that your leadership knows something that that you do. Right? I had this problem a lot with second lieutenants, mainly, in the service. For some, well, I know the reason, but for some odd reason, they just feel like they know more than you. And I'm just like, I hate to tell you, sir, but when you were doing keg stands, I was deployed, so I don't really think anything you say has any relevance here. But yeah, that is a bad thing to assume sometimes about your leadership.
So what they taught us is that once you lock on with a javelin missile,
you have to fire.
It's primed.
Yeah.
You have a minute to fire that missile, or it goes kaboom.
Yeah.
So
fuck, man. Even I knew that. Never even trained on it.
Oh, me thinking everybody else in the unit knew that. No, I was like, all right. So I get up there, I set up, and my NCO goes, okay. He says 12 o'clock, and he says, but he doesn't give me meters. He just says 12 o'clock, and I'm like, first of all, that's kind of weird. So I'm searching through thermals for a target in the snow.
Nice.
So can't see shit at all. But what I
what's the target?
It's just like it's like a destroyed tank.
T-72.
Yeah, exactly.
A cold,
something like metal.
I need to reiterate, a cold blending in colder than snow.
That's not. I was gonna say the engine hasn't run in 30 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Like fucking
Target ahead of you.
Yeah. Where?
It's invisible. Neat.
So I was like, this is weird. So I just keep scanning, and they're just like, of course, NCO's getting impatient. He's like, come on, we gotta fire it. And then I see something. I see a heat signature, and I zoom in.
Hiker.
It does look like a T-72. It does look like a tank. So I'm like, cool. That's it. And I'm like, Roger. All right, Sergeant. I got a target in front of me. 12 o'clock. I'm ready to lock on. And he goes like, perfect.
And that's how you
Go
killed
ahead.
the president of Poland.
The captain's like this. He's like, okay, you're locked. Grant's like this.
Yeah.
That's the wrong way.
No.
Dude, it's like that one mission where he's like, listen, the target to your 8 o'clock, and the guy's holding a sniper rifle. He's like, so listen, the target to your 8 o'clock standing by the pier. Bam! That's my son. Shoot the guy next to him, and you're just like, damn, I already did it. I feel like you really should have led with that before a little bit, because
Fuck. So, but with that, I locked onto it because it was warm. So I was like, okay, it's obviously they heat up some of them for the ranges. So I was like, cool, sounds good. I lock onto it and I'm waiting. 10 seconds go by. I'm like, cool.
Which weapon would be overboard as a CQC weapon? For anything bigger than small arms, anything bigger than an M4 or a SCAR or an AK or a fucking like that. Me personally, I would not use an M249 in close quarters. I wouldn't use a 240 Bravo in close quarters. Pretty much anything bigger than that, I feel like would be absurd in close quarters. We can have explosives and stuff, but like big weapons like that, man, like. No. I mean, obviously we had a 240 gunner on foot patrols and stuff like that through villages and mountains and stuff like that. But that's an environment where you can kind of you can spread yourself out and you can obtain a fighting position and a shooting position fairly easy to where your weapon can be efficient. But 240 Bravo in CQC with buildings and corridors and tight spaces and rooms, and that's absurd to me, in my opinion.
What now? 20 seconds go by, and I go, uh-oh. 30 seconds. Hey, Sarge, quick question.
Bro, if you don't pull the
Y'all
trigger-
know I have a minute to fire this or it blows up, right? And he goes, huh? White one, this is, and I just hear panic in his voice.
They called you White One?
Probably the call sign. My my second deployment, we didn't have call signs. My first deployment, we did. My first deployment, we didn't have call signs. My second deployment, we had call signs. And my call sign, my second deployment, you'll probably never guess it, but my call sign changed twice. My first call sign was Hellcat 1, and then my call sign changed midway through the deployment, and it changed to Hellcat 7. The reason it changed from Hellcat 1 to Hellcat 7 is we had 7 trucks in our convoy. We had 7 gun trucks. When I was Hellcat 1, I was the scout truck. And then my truck got hit with an IED, and we got blasted all over that goddamn road, and then they had the bright idea to, instead of leaving us in Hellcat 1, they were going to change us to Hellcat 7 to get us out of scout truck, because they didn't want us getting hit with another IED, even though we have just as much a chance to get hit as the trail truck as we do the scout truck. Because if you hit the trail truck, the rest of the convoy has to stop. Just like if you were to hit the scout truck, your convoy can't move because they can't pass the scout truck. If your trail truck gets hit, which is a good target to hit, your convoy has to slow down. They're not going to leave you. They have to stop. They have to assess. They have to pull 360-degree security. So, yeah, I thought it was stupid. That's why my call sign changed. So I went from Hellcat 1 to Hellcat 7. And I actually caught more small arms fire as the trail truck than I did as the scout truck. Scout truck, we just got hit with a lot of IDF and IEDs. Trail truck, it was always some small arms fire bullshit, really. But, anyways, we keep going. Yeah. I don't have a favorite SMG because I've never fired SMGs and I didn't get one issued to me. If you're asking what my favorite SMG is in a video game and you said Call of Duty, I'd probably go with like fucking either the P90 or the PP19 Bison. But I've never fired a SMG in real life, not even in the service. So I don't have one.
Army of Darkness.
White one, fire it!
Yeah.
You're the Polish president! Now! Take the shot!
But but no, we were.
And that's why. Never mind.
Out of our troop, we had different colors. So we were white platoon, red platoon, and blue platoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this basic training? Because that's what we didn't have red, white, and blue platoons. We had red, white, and blue phases. So we didn't do the colors for platoons. Our platoons actually had names.
Yeah. So
no
just
black
just
platoon.
Not in Poland.
Unless he's from a different army, I'm not sure.
Why does our platoon have a bad credit score?
Why can't we sign any weapons out of the armory?
Guys, this is how we behave, okay? Veterans alike. This is how we behave when we talk about shit. Tell stories. Even if it's a bad story. Even if someone died in our story. This is kind of how we tell it. Really. It's just our way.
Thought you might like that one.
Oh, shit. Holy shit, bro. That's hilarious, dude.
Like, dude, the one time that McCoy McCoy, American white guy, maybe he's told you the story, maybe he hasn't. He got caught out by himself in the middle of nowhere during a firefight. And I don't know how he got caught by himself in the middle of nowhere, but he almost died. Man, that day. That day, he was just out there. I don't know why he was out there. Maybe he can tell you if you ever ask him, if you ever talk to him, but he was just out there in motherfucking no man's land. And he almost got shot up that day. And I was just like, man, you're stupid. He's like, it wasn't my fault, man. I can't remember what he said or what the reason was. He's like, it wasn't my fault, man. I was just so.
Fuck me. All right. So
it's
about to explode.
About to
on you.
explode.
Yeah, you're about to blow up.
About to blow up. And finally,
So you have 60 seconds.
That was probably fun though in the moment, having people not knowing how a weapon system works, and you're just sitting there shitting bricks. It's a good story to tell. Without that shit show of a range day, I feel he wouldn't have been able to tell this story. So sometimes you just gotta appreciate the stupid shit. Embrace the suck is what they say. That's the military's mantra. I don't know how it is for the Marines or the Navy or the Air Force, but in the Army, embrace the suck. Really, that's what they say.
Yeah, before it goes.
Yeah, this is not accounting for the amount of travel time.
No.
Yeah, it's.
I really feel like the Javelin should have a safeguard in it to where after those 60 seconds, it doesn't blow. After those 60 seconds, it just fires itself. Like, that would be a good thing to put in it, really. Just to do away with any kind of operator error that could be detrimental to the operator, especially if they don't know what the fuck they're doing, like in this situation.
Literally, it's going to detonate the tube.
Yeah. So after that, I hear extreme panic for like maybe 3 seconds. Goes,
but it's not a scary situation if you know how to operate the equipment. So, like, maybe they did that. Like, well, we don't really need that safeguard if these motherfuckers actually read the TM. So,
fire the fucking just over my head, and I'm like, okay. So it's locked on. I'm like, it's gonna be great. I fire it. And
it's gonna be great.
I saw the video afterward. I'm sure.
That's right. You have a video of this.
You showed me the video.
I don't have it on my phone anymore.
You showed me it when I first.
I remember seeing this video.
Yeah. So from my perspective, I watched as the missile leaves the rocket or leaves the tube, slowly drops.
Oh no.
Nothing happens.
Javelins, by the way, are terrifying because go on.
Yes, because it exits the tube and then it drops. It doesn't just automatically shoot out. It drops first.
I've seen so many times of that happening with a Javelin on like military fail videos, dude. And not just American. I've seen this happen to people around the world in the military. The Javelin is not specific to us Americans. There's other militaries that have this piece of equipment, and I've seen fuck ups, and it's scary. It's scary with a mortar. It's terrifying with a Javelin.
And then ignites
because it has to calculate or.
Wow, that's even freakier. It exits the tube. This should be like one from what I've seen from Javelins. Is it takes off from the tube and it just takes the fuck off. The fact that it came out. It let gravity do its thing, and then it ignites and takes off. It's almost like lighting a bottle rocket and then throwing it, and then it shoots off in a completely opposite direction.
Yes. Yeah. So, in my perspective, I heard, this is going to explode soon. I launch it, and then I see it go,
thump. Right in front of you.
So I think everything went slow-mo, and I went, well, I had a good run, and then it takes off. Luckily,
really thought it'd be the almonds.
Yeah, I really thought it'd be the Justin guy.
Slice that a bitch.
Well, maybe on my next life I'll get a good reroll. Change my stats up.
I'll try a different build next time.
Yeah, dude.
So it launches, and after it launches, they're like, hell yeah, and my NCO next to me goes, it hasn't hit yet.
Yeah.
Where did you shoot it?
Doesn't
and
matter.
The hang
It's
time
outta here.
was maybe about 8 seconds that we just didn't see it go off. And then way off in the distance, we see and I hit it. It said target hit, target confirmation hit. And I went, awesome, sweet. I hit it. And I look up and my NCO's like,
you hit the Polish president.
Yeah.
Special election time.
We're all going down. So he was pointing to, or what he, in his words, he said, I was telling you to aim for the one that's 300 meters in front of us.
Well, you didn't say that, bro. You said 12 o'clock. Okay? And I see a whole bunch of fucking heat signatures on my 12 o'clock. You weren't very specific. Bruh. Come on, man.
Oh, however, Jesus. We're on a hill. I couldn't see it. Also, nothing that close was heated up. So it's all just noise. Yeah. Just white noise. And I'm like,
and one of you bastards fucked it up and we were on a fucking time crunch, so we had to shoot.
So what the fuck did I hit? I'm panicking because I'm like maybe 2 months away from getting my DD-214 and getting out of the Army. Yeah. I'm like, I can taste it. And so we all go back into the big briefing room and I see a 2-star general.
Oh no.
I started drinking at a very I couldn't stop.
We're walking.
And it was like,
and we all stand
you know
up.
those 2 sweet German hikers in that van that were going off the hill?
We're going to blame ISIS on this one.
Those ISIS members and their javelin missiles.
Bro, we really should start doing that, but it's above us. Really. It's not above them, but we really should start doing that. All the awful shit we do, just blame them. It's too easy. You know, people in this country will fucking believe anything. Yeah, let's just start blaming them. We get blamed for a whole bunch of shit. It's not our fault all the time, man. Let's just start putting some of the blame on them. Fuck it. And you know what? They're the kind of people, they'll probably accept it. Like, free clout? For me? Very good, my friend. Thank you. Win-win.
We're decapitated.
Don't worry, we got it lined up. But
yeah. So we all stand up. And everyone, goes to attention and he goes like, calm down. So which one of you was the one that shot that javelin? And my heart drops. And I'm like, I shot someone or something important.
Yeah.
I would have been like, who's asking?
Yeah. Is it over, bros?
The 2-star general.
Yeah. So
I'd have been like, it depends, sir. What happened? You tell me what happened, and I just may tell you if it was me or not. Because I'm not sure where this is going. And this kind of feels like entrapment. I'm going to withhold anything until you elaborate on what's going on.
I was like,
it depends on what you want, homie.
Yeah. What's your problem?
Yeah. So at that moment, I'm thinking 2 seconds later after I answer, I'm just going to see MPs walk in. Like, I'm fucked.
Jail.
You're prison forever.
So, reference, if you're in the military, generals are absolute, like anyone higher over, dude, a fucking captain is terrifying. When you start getting lieutenant colonel, that is when you as a private or any enlisted other than like command sergeant major you're terrified. I've told it before. I don't have a frame of reference because I'm retarded. 2-star general.
Dude, whenever I went through my court martial, one of the investigators brought up the fact. He's like, so let's talk, soldier. What do you want to tell me? I was like, fucking nothing. He's like, well, because I have a 2-star general asking me about something, and I'm like, I think you're full of shit. I think you're lying. I don't know what you're talking about. And then I saw his name and his rank and his signature on one of my documents for my court martial, and I was just like, oh. He was telling the truth, man. There is a 2-star general that knows my name. That's rough. I screwed the pooch on this one. That's crazy.
Bullshit. I would give him shit, and all the enlisted would be like, why are you talking to a general that way? First time general got in, we're giving him a patrol of our area. I'm up in the rear hatch. Fucking, I'm like, hey, old general comes up. I'm like, what the f***? You're old as shit, son. What the f*** is wrong with this kid? He'd be walking, if I'd see him just walking out in our cob. I'm like, hey, fucking what? Why's your hat not on? Where's your hat at, sir? And he'd be like, Quavis, what the? He'd be like, what? He'd be like, why is it? What? Get down and do push-ups. I'm like, fuck you. But he loved me because I gave to him.
Yeah.
So you going in at 2-star, you're probably like,
Some officers are like that. They don't like when people kiss their ass. So Levi was probably a breath of fresh air for this officer.
I was specialist. I'm done. Shout out to the E4 Mafia. Anyway.
Yeah. We get fucked the absolute most. E4 Mafia, that's one of the cons of being in the Mafia, really, right there.
So I see that, and he goes, so who is the one that shot the javelin? And I'm like, I stand up and I go, that was me, sir. It was all me. And he goes, you just set a new base record with that shit. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, most Polish embassy, most Polish ambassadors killed in one missile.
Well, this is back in Germany. But
that's objectively worse.
I killed him in Germany.
Last time this happened, something very uncool followed. For about 6 years.
So what had happened was that target was another.
Sylvia, those last oil change guys charged a lot for services you didn't need. I'd hate to see you.
It was on another range, but it was for mortars. So it was just next. It just happened to be next to this one. It was just way farther out. So I set a new. I think it's.
You cleared multiple ranges with that javelin shot, is what you're saying. You completely bypassed your own range and shot it into another range at the longest distance of that range. I believe what you're saying.
Still holding. New base record for the longest javelin confirmed hit at 4,500 meters.
4,500?
Yes.
4,500?
Holy shit.
Yes.
Oh my God. 4 miles? 5?
No, it's like, what is that, like 2.5 miles?
2.5 miles.
Wait, how many meters?
It's like 4,500
feet.
It's 1,600 meters for a mile.
Yeah, 1,700, something
3
like
miles.
that.
Holy shit.
Boys,
What is it,
reaching out and
1,780?
touching somebody.
3-ish miles.
And the first time that I heard about this, I was at your house and I saw the medal and I just asked about it. I was like, what's this about? And you had the video at the time of the actual firing. Like, he has somewhere.
You have the weirdest fucking awards I've ever seen.
So I got the, it was the coin. I got a coin from the 2-star general, which is somewhere in my house. I need to find it.
Yeah, you
I
do.
guarantee it's in my old military box that I just keep in the closet. But no.
What I do with my Purple Heart, I'm like, but. And they gave you, dude, you are so proud to be a 249 until you have to
carry it.
And you're like, fuck this thing. This is heavy as shit. And then you a 240 gunner or the ammo bearer, you just hate.
You really like that weapon, don't you? No, sir, I prefer the one that's half the weight.
Like, fuck, dude.
Carry that good.
12 miles? 12 miles? That's what? Yeah.
Figure it out, Buttercup. And I'm just like, and I had the Bravo. I didn't have the Lima. So I had the bigger bitch, which was
Yeah, that's 7.62.
awesome. So you can be
Bigger bitch.
Yeah, so you
Or
understand
maybe it's the different version of the javelin. I can't tell what he was talking about there.
why when they move me to
you like Bravo and Lima, right? Mm-hmm. So Lima is light and Bravo is back pain.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why I have arthritis.
That's why his gout.
That's what it should.
Yeah. But that's why I was super happy.
For all the dudes that carried the machine guns, bro, back problems, that's in your future. You carried the 240, sucks for you, bro.
Happy when I got switched over to be a 50 cal gunner with an RWS system. So I just sat in the truck.
Oh yeah, the fucking little remote control, and you can spin that turret 360 degrees. That's what I had, and it was awesome, man. It was minus the days that it was 1 billion degrees, and minus the days that it snowed, and minus the one day that it rained. Being a gunner was so much fun. I think the worst of it was when it was cold. I really did rethink a lot of my life decisions when I was in that turret, and it was, I don't know, 0. Man, it was absolutely dreadful. It was pain.
And just played video games. It was awesome.
Oh, no, you were on the Crow system, you lucky bastard. That's what that is. I thought he was referencing I thought he was referencing just the remote that we all have up in the turret. To turn the turret, because that's a heavy turret. Shit turns with hydraulics. Right? So I thought that's what he was talking about. No. He's talking about a crow system. And yeah, you had an easy life. You really did. We had one crow system gunner. That was it. Best thing about the crow system is you stay inside the truck at all times. You were never exposed to enemy fire. You were never exposed to snipers. You were never exposed to anything short of an IED. That's the only thing that can fuck your day up as a crow system gunner, which I think that's what he was alluding to, talking about. So, and to me, crow systems just seem fucking boring. Really. I feel like the crow system is just a cucked 50 cal. You don't actually get to shoot the 50 cal. You sit inside of the truck behind a computer screen with a little fucking joystick, and that's how you shoot the 50 cal. I just feel like that's fucking cuckoldry at its finest. Really. I actually don't get to shoot this thing. I have to go in here and fucking... I did that shit when I was 8. With House of the Dead. I had the gun and everything. At the TV. I already did that shit. No, I want to actually shoot this bitch, so... Yeah. When it was cold, I really wanted to be on the crow system. When it was hot, I was glad I was not on the crow system. If that's the way... That's the best way I can explain it, really. And you really are in no danger whatsoever inside of a crow system. You just get targeted a lot more if you didn't have a crow system. But all right, Roth, are you still here by chance? If you ain't, then we'll wait until the next stream. Oh, you did one, Tracy. Okay. Fucking starving. All right, let's try to do this. So hungry. I haven't eaten not one singular time today. Nothing. I've had water. $1 versus $1 million warlord. All right, hold on. Here we go.
Gentlemen, I'm a $1 million warlord, and I'm about to take over my local area with a whole setup I got here. Before we get to this setup, I gotta show you the $1 setup, so anyone can be a warlord.
No.
Radical Islam, not just known for their ideologies, but rollerblading and carrying AKs or M4s or M16s. The Taliban did it, and so can you. On the cheap, too. Probably go to your local...
So, like... This is just too easy. I saw this a couple of months back, maybe like a year or two ago, of them doing this, and this is just too easy. Y'all think this is beneficial, don't you? Well, that makes sense. Because y'all are idiots. Really. All I have to do is take the fight off-road. All I have to do is take the fight to a hill, or a valley, or a mountain, or off the streets. And then what? Then what? What, you should... Oh, shit! Nah, man, there's a bunch of rocks over there. I can't go over there on my skates. Hold on. Fucking... Wait! Fucking goddamn skates. Fucking idea this was. Wanted to wear my goddamn boots, but no, fucking skates. Be in the goddamn city. Well, the city's not getting attacked right now, obviously. Fucking, so I got... I'm coming! The fucking... Just fucking... Goddamn skates, you know? Fucking... Want to wear shoes. Goddamn. Okay, here we go. Dead. Because you took too long. Changing your footwear. You idiots.
Teens, the Taliban did it, and so can you. On the cheap, too. Probably go to your local Goodwill and get a pair of rollerblades, and you can tear it up. I am not good at rollerblading. This is not going to end well.
Boo, you had your
I'm really good at rollerblading, actually. I don't know what that says about me, but...
whole life to learn.
Wow, you really are not good at rollerblading. You did not lie at all whatsoever.
Hey, get off my range! Now I should probably explain, what is a warlord? It's an excellent question, viewer. I'm happy you asked. Since the dawn...
I feel like a warlord is someone who sells weapons to anyone and everyone that can afford to buy those weapons, whether they be friend, foe, acquaintance, family, enemy. You sell weapons to everyone and you make profit off of war. You will sell weapons to a country that is going to war with another country. However, you're also going to sell weapons to the country that's being invaded because you can make double the profit off of war. They want weapons to fight these people. They want weapons to fight those people. And you are the one that's going to give these people those weapons. That's why warlords have always existed. That's why they will always exist. And that's why warlords, lots of times, they operate with immunity. They get caught by a government, they get set free. Because these people are necessary. Because sometimes they do business in place of your president. Sometimes they do business in place of your leader. Sometimes they do things that your leader can't be seen doing. And sometimes they do business with people that your leader can't be seen doing. So they do that. And your leader gets to maintain plausible deniability about everything that happens and all the nefarious shit that happens and the war and the unnecessary killings, all in the name of profit. That is a warlord, my opinion.
Dawn of time, the warlord has existed just under different names, and technically Uncle Sam is considered our warlord. In places where the state is not strong enough to fill the role of the government that it's probably supposed to fill, people and entities of power arise, and they are what is considered a warlord. But how does it tie into this episode? Well, you never know where the world may take you, and to be a...
You can rollerblade but not skate? What's the difference? Oh, you mean like ice skating? I could probably do that too, because I can just naturally skate. It is different. I've never been ice skating before, but it wouldn't take me long, and once I get it, I got it. Learning how to skate didn't take me long, nor riding a bike, and I think I only fell off once. All the other times that I fell off, I was just being reckless.
Good warlord is to be prepared and to have good resources. And one important thing about all of this is a method of transportation. Logistics wins wars. Moving people to the right places.
You don't even have to own or be the leader of a country to be a warlord, bro. You can literally be like that motherfucker from the movie Lord of War with Nick Cage. You can be like that. And you can just supply the world. That's what that man did. He supplied the world with weaponry. He wasn't just supplying America. He wasn't just supplying Russia. He wasn't just supplying Ukraine or Africa or Australia. Like, he was supplying every fucking body. But he's an outlier, I feel, in the world of warlords.
In the right time is important. Whether you're using rollerblades or APCs, people need to show up where they need to expect conflict, so you don't lose. You would have thought. I am Sun Tzu. And that's why we're going over so many different categories, and I think it's a fun video in case you're eating some food or you're on the can watching this, which I do appreciate. It's a high honor that you can give to a YouTuber. The highest is, of course, being eating. The second one is probably if you're watching on the toilet.
It really is. You think about it, it really is. Because think about what you watch when you're on the toilet taking a shit, or for ladies, you're probably pissing or something like that. You just scroll, you find something to watch? It is. If I choose you to watch during my bowel movement, that just means you have at least something to offer, really.
And if you are doing either of those and you haven't liked and subscribed, then that kind of hurts my feelings, and I'll cry about it in the shower. Now we get to the $5,000 category of war.
Joke's on you. I cry in the shower even if people don't like my videos, or even if people do like my videos. So yeah, I'm more depressed than you are, man.
Lording wagons. This is essentially turned into a Top Gear episode, but
watching this while I fold clothes, does that rank anywhere? Yeah. The highest honor is when you're pooping. Like if you're watching a YouTuber while you're pooping, that's the highest honor, really. Folding clothes, not so much. Driving, that's just a way to piss off your favorite YouTuber. Don't do that. For me, a high honor would be if your girl is on your ass that day and she's just on one, bro, and you ain't trying to hear it, and you tune into XMC. My man. I appreciate you. Or vice versa. Maybe your man's on one and you didn't want to fucking hear his ass. You tune into XMC. I love you for it. Thank you.
In a gun guy kind of way. The artists know no bounds, my liege. All right, so here we have the E-Ride Pro. Why is he wearing nods?
That's if a vegan wanted to be a warlord. The e-bike, right there. Yeah. But hey, let's not judge too much, man. Some of these e-bikes, they can get up and go. Hey, I know it's not a Harley. I know it's not a Hayabusa or a fucking Ninja or a Gixxer, but I mean, man, if you're on a budget, that bitch can still get you to work. Granted, I don't know how the cops would feel about you on regular roads with that thing, but those things can get it. They can. You can't make fun of them all that much.
Because it's funny. All right, so here we have the E-Ride Pro SS. I got this from Americana Pipe Dream Apparel. They are distributors of said e-bikes. Now, I know there's a hot debate, a hot war amongst the dirt bike, e-bike crowd. Of course, I'm not worthy to chime in, but I think the e-bike is a really cool option to have if you can afford one. Also, they don't just have e-bikes. They, of course, have military surplus, night vision, knives, manuals, and a whole accoutrement of stuff to help keep your LARP going very hard in your mother's basement. Thank you, Americana Pipe Dream Apparel.
I mean, I can just imagine this e-bike just getting the DARPA treatment, and they give like some badass fucking bikes like this to like Navy SEALs or something for a highly specific mission that involves these bikes. That would be dope. Really. They got the Humvees, they got the MRAPs, they got the MATVs, they got the helicopters, they got the stealth helicopters, they got the boats, they got all that cool shit, but like, I mean, I saw a group of badass Navy SEALs on these coming at me. Like, what are they on? That's not a motorcycle. It looks like a bicycle. But it's moving ungodly fast. I don't want anything to do with this. And I think those are SEALs. Yeah, I'm out. Bye. So.
Ka-chow. Sharks. Pegs. Lucky. E-bikes. Kind of the new hot.
Oh, yeah. Same, Tracy.
The technology has hit the market and we are mopping them up. Lapping it up, one might say. Guys like Dirty Civ have done whole thought essays on them, comparing them to dirt bikes and then an e-bike standalone. I personally, in catastrophe, would rather have a dirt bike just due to the availability of gasoline and how far gas can take you. And if a power grid is down, then how the hell do I charge this thing? But one big thing that I love about this is how—
And I don't think a dirt bike can be taken out by EMP. Internal combustion is not susceptible to those kinds of attacks. Or just getting hacked. Really. We're living in an ever-increasing technology age, and it's getting, like, man, AI, man, and sky's the limit to what some of these hackers can fucking do, so I can only imagine, I don't know, man, worst case scenario on some, like, wild shit, someone hacks into your fucking bike while you're on it, and they don't allow you to hit the brakes, and then you just, like, 90 into a wall, or, like, someone's car, or into Grandma Esther, who's just trying to cross the street with her fucking groceries. You never know.
How quiet it is.
Good for sneaking up on motherfuckers.
I am not a motocross guy. I am not worthy of that. I suck on bikes, but something like this is pretty easy to hop on and pick up and learn, and can cover a lot of ground a lot.
My extent with skateboarding, Jeff, I landed a ollie, a kickflip, and then a nollie once, landed it, and stayed on it for like 2.5 seconds, and then fell off. And then I never really did anything much with skateboarding. I landed those 3 tricks, and I was like, I'm done. That's it. That's all I really wanted to do, really. I'm not trying to do all this other crazy shit. I just wanted to do those things right there because I thought they were cool. And I did them, and then that was it. And then when you fall off of a skateboard, bro, it hurts. No matter the age. It's better if you're younger because you can just shake it off. Once you get older, I highly advise you stay off of a fucking skateboard. Unless your name is Tony Hawk or Bam Margera, or like anybody else that can actually still do it at our age. No.
Quicker without the added wear and tear of fatigue to your normal self. So I appreciate a method of transportation like this. This is much better than the $1 rollerblade option. Those rollerblades are also probably the worst rollerblades I've ever worn in my life, and they hurt my little feetsies really bad. You guys like my frog skin wrap? Looks pretty sick, dude. Actually, the 2nd Armored in Normandy, they wore frog skin camo when they were fighting against the Germans, but there were too many friendly fire incidents because everyone associated camouflage with the Germans. The more you know. World War II fact. We just became best friends.
Holy Santa Claus.
Who doesn't love a good World War II fact? Now you may be saying to yourself,
hey admin, this e-bike thing's a real big fad.
And maybe you're right. But we have been seeing e-bikes used in the conflict in Ukraine or the war in Ukraine, depending on which bots are gonna spam this comment section after I said that. What we were seeing is guys pretty much riding up with some sort of rocket launching device, be it, I don't know, RPG, AT.
This would actually be a good vehicle to use against tanks. Man, really. The speed, the size, the low silhouette, the maneuverability, the agility of this thing. You catch a tank not paying attention on this thing, bro, it's as easy as it would be in Battlefield 4. You walk up, get on your bike, ride out, hit the button. That's what I'm thinking of, really, for the most part.
For javelin, I don't know, whatever they get access to over there. They ride up all stealthy and quiet like, dismount, launch the ordnance, and then they can boot, scoot, and boogie out of there really fast. I think that's neat. In places where it may not call for a drone to handle things, human muscle, tissue, blood, sweat, and tears will still be needed. Just because drones exist don't mean they obsolete everything, buckaroos, but they are scary. My camera guy was chasing me around with a drone while filming part of this, and it felt like the true Ukrainian experience, I guess. Now, of course, motorcycles aren't new.
Shalom, everyone. My name is Erez Soref. I'm the president of One for Israel. I'm sure many of you have seen news about Israel and the Middle East.
New to warfare since their inception, mankind has thrown them into the meat grinder where they have been used. My older brother fought in Afghanistan, and he was riding around on dirt bikes while he was there. So it is not a new concept, but the new thing for us is throwing massive
It's really nothing different than a horse. Think about it. Minus the thoroughbred and the 4 legs. Just a natural evolution in combat.
Into these electric bikes, and hopefully the technology gets better because I do think they're cool. They're definitely very get up and go, and it will.
They have their uses. It's just very specific ones, niche ones. You know, still good to have though.
Eat your lunch money if you're not careful. Finally, the e-bike is fun. The e-bike is cool. But it can't do all of the things you need to succeed in school.
Hello, I'm Bob Isis of Isis Toyota.
Get in, loser. We're overthrowing the local regime. The evolution of revolution. Wherever there is conflict in any nation in the world, there will always be the Toyota Hilux.
That is the understatement of the fucking century. Yes. For some reason, the Toyota Helix, however you want to call it, is everywhere in the Middle East, dog. I don't know what it is. When was the last time y'all saw a Toyota Helix in America? They're fucking everywhere over there. When I was in Afghanistan, dude, everywhere. Everywhere. Everyone had them or a variation of them. They looked a lot shittier than this, but like, dog. This is the official, in my opinion, the official vehicle of the Middle East. Not even kidding.
Now we get to the $20,000 category, but to be totally fair, if you were in a third world country, that would be really.
That's what it would look like right there, man. A&A, Toyota Helix. Taliban, Toyota Helix. Hell, we even had one on the fob that our commander would drive around sometimes. They're everywhere, bro. Everywhere. This type of truck. It's like so dependable over there. And yeah, they just be mounting guns. I think that's all they really need is just to mount a fucking gun on it. And then some champs. That's about it. But they don't, you know, this is the equivalent. I've seen military contractors also in these vehicles. But the military contractors that I saw in these vehicles, they put armor on some of these. And I saw some that, like, they looked out of this world, kind of. Dude, I saw one of these Toyota Helixes driven by a group of American contractors when I was deployed, and there was a 50 cal on the back of it. There was a Duke system, and they had installed the same V-shape hull armor that the MRAP has. The reason that the MRAP is mine resistant, ambush protectant, is because it has a V-shape underneath it. That way, if a bomb goes off underneath it, the blast doesn't go on a flat surface and lift the vehicle. Instead, it hits that V-shaped hull and it flares outwards, and it softens the blast and the impact if it happens right underneath you. They did that shit to one of these vehicles. It had a Duke system, it had radios, and I also want to say it had bullet resistant glass in the windows. They did a whole bunch of shit to this truck. Fit 4, couple in the back, but it was only like 5 of them. And yeah, their truck was just was really nice. But looking at it, it's still nothing that I would have felt safe in. At least not in your traditional military uniform. They were dressed in civilians, and some of them could even blend in with the locals if they wanted to. So they had that going for them. But yeah, nah.
Really expensive for one of these, but thanks to import laws and the chicken tax, the Fat Electrician has a really good video on why you can't get a Hilux or a new Hilux here in the States. I have to probably overpay for what this is to get it inside the United States. What we have here is a 1995 right-hand drive JDM Toyota Hilux, and it's pretty freaking sick. I've actually done a video on it before, and this was, well, the Balaclava did. And there was always hopes of turning it into a technical, but so many other projects happened to me in life, and I'm still dragging my feet. So you must use your imagination.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it's for.
Now, typically when you see a Toyota Hilux in conflict, they are often equipped as a technical. Now, the term technical has to do with any sort of like civilian soft-skinned vehicle being retrofitted with attachments that are force multipliers in combat. Where there is a lack of high-end, say, armored equipment or armored vehicles, whatever you have laying about is what fills that gap. Yeah. If you need to mount some sort of machine gun and have a convoy, well, you may not have a bunch of APCs, but you may have a bunch of Toyota Hiluxes. And that's why they have become so prominent in a lot of conflict nations. Another reason they are so popular is their rugged reliability. If you watch Top Gear to Whistling Diesel, and I think we're probably going to reference him a couple times in this video, you'll see that these things can take a beating and keep on ticking. They are extremely rugged, reliable vehicles, making them very popular for places in the third world.
And let me just tell you, these jackasses didn't take this vehicle through this low-ass water because they knew the vehicle was dependable. These jackasses took this vehicle through all this low-ass water, risking flooding the engine because they're retarded. So I just want that to be known so that y'all don't have this like false concept of like, oh, they know exactly what the vehicle's capable of. No, we know exactly what the vehicle's capable of. They're just idiots, bro. I've seen these people. I've been around them. I've seen them operate. They're idiots. They had no idea, man. They do now because of idiocy, and it just turned out to work, but they had no clue. So
that have a very harsh nature to them on their vehicles. Right-hand drive makes me feel like the mailman, or like some of your dads. Yep, that's an engine. Now, during the global war on terror, many U.S. service members got to use and drive Hiluxes during their operations, and so it became a little bit of a cult following when those guys got back, talking about how cool.
To me, we had our first sergeant had a single cab Toyota Helix, I think, and then mainly for the most part, especially my first deployment, we just rode around on Gators. Gators are like those little, y'all ever been to a baseball game or to a football game, and you see the guys on the, especially a baseball game, y'all see those little golf carts that they drive whenever they're dragging the field and doing shit with the grass. They're on those little carts. Same thing with football. You ever see like those little carts on the sidelines, mainly for medical personnel? Well, that's kind of what we had, like a heavy duty kind of like 4x4 golf cart looking thing, but it just wasn't a golf cart. We called it a gator. That's just what it was. And it was badass, man. We had like 4 of them, but we never took these things out on mission. These things were just for getting around the fob and for doing things on the installation. We didn't use those for any kind of mission purposes. And if we did, I would have been highly afraid because, yeah, that thing is just, it's like a 4x-wheeler with a bed on it. That's it. A 4-wheeler with a truck bed on it. That's what it looked like. And fuck, taking that into combat, I get shot out that thing so fast.
Cool and how great the Hilux is. Now, of course, it's always kind of been known that the Hiluxes were pretty sick, but I would say within our zeitgeist, they've become ever more popular. And because we can't get them here in the United States, it's a little bit more of a elusive item for a lot of people.
No, well, on top of that, who the fuck wants to drive on the right side of the car? I know some people do, but not me, so.
You can probably find them through importers, but they're going to be a little bit more dated instead of the cool ones that the other foreigners can get. They can't get cool guns, but damn can they get some cool Hiluxes. God bless them. Now, of course, unless you weld on some sort of armor to your Hilux, they are very susceptible to small arms fire.
Yeah.
A rifle round will go through a Toyota Hilux like a hot knife through butter, meaning
Very easy, bro. Even 9mm. 9mm, 5.56, 7.62, it just keeps going, and yeah, you just, the best thing that you have going for you with this vehicle is the durability, the mobility, and just the all-terrain nature of it, right? Now, you can get up and go in this thing faster than an MRAP, faster than a MAT-V. You can maneuver in this thing, make tighter turns. You can probably outrun certain American vehicles, especially if you're in a city with this thing. But I don't want to be in that thing while I fight against the enemy at all, man. I pretty much got spoiled rotten on the heavy armored trucks that the U.S. Army gave us. So, no.
that if you're on the inside, you will die, which is suboptimal. I don't want you guys to die. I like you guys. You guys make the channel fun. Now, of course, in the next category, we're gonna look at a vehicle that is a little bit more bulletproof, or bullet resistant, I should say. Let's go check it out. Next up, we have the $100,000 category, that being a Tesla Cybertruck. Now, you may be wondering, admin, why are we doing a Tesla Cybertruck?
Because, I mean, first off, with the right paint job, I've seen some Teslas custom that look cool as fuck. The basic standard regular Tesla Cybertruck, in my opinion, is ugly. The all silver and shit, man, looks like a really bulky iPhone. But I've seen some Teslas that look cool as shit, and I mean, why not, man? Trying to be a warlord, trying to have your own fucking arsenal and shit. A Tesla Cybertruck, you got all the technology, you got all the safety. It's bulletproof. I don't know how it fares against an RPG, but you can also mount a 50 on the back of this thing, 249, 240. It's a pretty heavy vehicle, so you could probably mount heavy calibers on this. The problem with a lot of these Helixes is they try to mount those Dishkas on these fucking Helixes, or on trucks smaller than a fucking Helix, and that's a very powerful fucking weapon, and the kickback is just, it's rocking the shit out of that vehicle. Maybe might even flip certain vehicles. I've seen that. So yeah, this would be... Anyways.
In the whole warlord scheme of things. Well, my dear viewer,
Jeff, I saw that. So fucking clean. It looks so good. I was just like, man. Because the silver color is just like very plain and gray, right? And I saw someone polish it to where you could see your reflection in the vehicle, and I was just like, bro, that is hella nice. That's super good. I like that. That was clean.
My sweet beloved friend, my innocent little princess.
I'm not a princess.
That is because in no time at all, Chechens and a guy that kinda could maybe pass as a Mexican Chechen, Brandon Herrera, they mounted some Dishkas and or a 50 cal to their Cybertruck. Thus, they had
Dishka being a 60 caliber, 70 caliber. This thing puts out bigger chunks of fucking lead than the Ma Deuce 50 caliber M2 Browning. This is a scary weapon. Very scary weapon. The only weapon that I did not want to hear on the battlefield when I was in Afghanistan. These are not fun, man. These are very deadly.
Have made the Cybertruck technical. Now, the Tesla Cybertruck, super billionaire South African nerd, graced the American car market and the worldwide car market, I guess, with a vehicle that looks like it has failed to render. Lara Croft Tomb Raider chesticles. That's what we're dealing with the Tesla Cybertruck. Now, the Tesla Cybertruck seems to be either loved or hated. And to be honest,
depends on how it looks, bro. I've seen some really cool ones, but I'm sorry, the standard default factory Cybertruck, in my opinion, is so fucking hideous. Give it a paint. You know what I think the Cybertruck needs? I think the Cybertruck needs to be slimmed. More like, I don't know, man. It just feels like someone took an engine and just butt fucked it with geometry shapes and shit like that. In the future, more sleeker, smoother iterations of this vehicle will come out, right? I kind of want to compare it to like remember the old school Camaro, right? The shape and the body of that Camaro, sexy, right? However, the modern Camaro that we have now is clean, bro. It looks so smooth. It looks so good. Like you can tell it's still a Camaro. And you can tell that it still has a little bit of its vibe from back in the day, but it looks really good. I'm talking about Bumblebee's Camaro, like the new one that they introduced with the Transformers movies all those years ago. I like that style. I like that body of Camaro. So it's kind of like that, but not really, because I love the old school Camaro look, really. But that's just kind of like the same concept. Some people might look at the old school Camaro and be like, nah, not really. And then they look at the new one, they're like, that actually looks smooth and clean and streamlined and stuff like that. That's what I'm hoping they do with the Cybertruck. I'll never buy one, but as of right now, if I had the money, I'd have to buy something custom. Something altered, because just like the factory one is just absolutely hideous in every single way to me.
Honest, I'm in the loved category for it. I am someone that thinks most cars, especially here in the American car market, are very boring. And along comes the Tesla Cybertruck. And I will say, I love the angles. I am a fan of it. Elon, please give me a free Cybertruck. I have a YouTube channel. Now, sadly, the Cybertruck here is a rental. I needed something to drive around in, and when I came to Boise, I also needed it for this video. I also wanted to try driving a Cyber. There was a lot accomplished from this. All of this I'm trying to tell you is that the dude
Smithy is changing the way.
He's like, listen, don't fucking judge me. I just wanted to try it. Okay, that's it. I don't blame you, man. Whenever I was overseas, there was this one. I forget the name of the company, but there was this one business. When I was over there, that they would let you rent Ferraris, they would let you rent Lamborghinis, they would let you rent Range Rovers, and shit like that for a price. And I knew a couple of guys that actually went in together and put their money together, which they didn't really break the bank. It was surprisingly cheap to rent these vehicles comparatively to other places. But they pulled their money together and they rented a Lamborghini for the weekend. So I don't know what came of them renting that Lamborghini. I don't know if they got laid or not. I would hope so. I feel like that was the plan. A couple of fucking 20-year-olds. That had to have been the plan, and I don't know. I can't verify, but they definitely did. Oh no, sorry.
Iron Man War Machine theme for the rap job. It's one of the rap jobs of all time, I will say. I don't hate it. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's kind of fun. Like, you could be like a Make-A-Wish guy going to the hospital. Be like, hey, kid, you want to ride in the war machine before you die from cancer? Yeah, it's pretty roomy. The Cybertruck's strengths are also the Cybertruck's weaknesses. That being an electric vehicle. When you need a boot scootin' boogie out of town, but your car ain't charged, well, brother, that's what I call a recipe for disaster. If you look at cataclysmic events, there were definitely electric cars that started fires and burnt houses down, so that could be a little bit of a concern when you get a biblical flood in your area. And sadly, there's not even solar panels on it. I wish there were solar panels on the car so it could just run forever, allegedly. Now, definitely.
That's gotta feel so bad, right? You buy an electric car because of environment, global warming, and all these things, right? You're doing your part, helping the environment, helping the community, helping the world, pitching in, right? One $100,000 vehicle at a time, only for your car to catch fire in the garage and burn your house down. I would look at that as a sign and then just immediately go buy a diesel. But, I mean, hey, you do you.
The strength of it is the electric vehicle aspect with how freaking fast it can go. 0 to 60 in seconds, which meaning if you were a warlord and you needed a boot scoot and boogie out of an area, you could do so with great haste and cover a lot of ground. If you got access to constant power, that thing can fly. That is probably one of the fastest cars I've ever driven, and I have driven a Lamborghini. It was like on a race.
My thing here with his thoughts on the whole warlord thing, bro, if I'm a warlord and I can afford a $100,000 Tesla Cybertruck, that means I can afford a whole bunch of other shit to where I don't have to boot, scoot, and boogie. I don't have to run no goddamn where. I have security, I have armed guards, I have a mansion, I have a bunker. If I can just throw out $100K on a fucking vehicle for the simple purpose of militarizing it, I don't have to boogie no goddamn where. I'm secure, but that's just me. I understand though.
Track, you know what I mean? It was kind of cool. Now, thanks to Whistling Diesel, I know the Cybertruck has some faults, mainly like the aluminum body just snapping when it shouldn't. Hey, that's a big no-no. But I will say, its biggest strength, to me, I think it looks pretty cool. One thing, unironically, that I'm really excited for is when they start coming out for attachments to the external body, because they will probably get it that much more close to looking like a Halo Warthog. If they start putting like shovels and like axes on it and gas cans, that's gonna look pretty sick. If anything, the Cybertruck feels like a vehicle that would come out of a spaceship in the space scene when they land on Mars. Like, it should have been in Prometheus, but it wasn't around yet. You know what I'm trying to say? That makes sense? All right. Gentlemen, now we get to the $1 million category. This is when you're warlording in the first world, or first world adjacent. When you have a little bit more coin to throw down on your military wing of things. We have the Atlas APC from Goat Armored, a 22,000 pound in some configurations, or a 17,000 pound APC, where you can get the job done of exercising your control on your local area, which is important. It's critical. Or you can take it to the Wendy's drive-thru. Now, I literally just hopped in this thing and I'm driving it right now for the first time. I will say that it's pretty easy to pick up for the most part. I mean, it's like you're driving a Ford, right? A heavily armored, very expensive Ford. Let me in! Let me in! Now, this may look like an MRAP to the uninitiated, but this is in fact an Atlas APC made by our friends from Goat Armored who were kind enough to bring us out here to Idaho.
I mean, if you chop off the back of it and only show the front half, then yeah, maybe, but not even then. You can, that back half that's not part of an MRAP or even a MAT V.
To show off to you guys, and so I want to give a big thank you for that. Now, they actually make this and sell this to the civilian market, which I think is really cool. It's how the founding fathers intended it to be, where you can have your own aircraft carrier, you can have your own tank, and now you can have your own APC, making your warlord fantasy that much more tangible. It has a height of 8.125 feet. It has a length of over 20 feet, and it has a width of 8.4 feet.
From the front, it really does look like a Matt V, and from the front, it looks bad fucking ass.
No, I gotta ding them. There is a shockingly little amount of cup holders in this, and now as an American, that's very important. Very important. Not only can you buy this as a civilian on the American market, it has been battle proven. And it's also being used in countries around the world, countries in Europe, countries in the Middle East, and countries in Africa. It's even been—
Bro, that vehicle that you're showing, I saw that vehicle being used by EOD. No, scratch that. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I saw this vehicle being used by route clearance when I was deployed. Not just by all of them too. We use it as well.
Been battle proven in the fires of combat in Europe, in Ukraine specifically. They were telling me that one of these things got dinged up very bad and they were able to repair it, and none of the crew perished in the incident. I think that's kind of neat. Now, mainly as gun guys, we really do appreciate when products are battle proven through the fires of combat. Now, real quick, from a high tactical perspective, something like this, as aggressive as it looks, wouldn't be necessarily suited for hard frontline fighting. You'd probably want something a little bit bigger, and or the tactical situation could call for it, depending on it, right? Now, if you're dealing with a lot of guys that have rocket-propelled grenades, other javelins, other things that fire from a distance and blow up even big tanks, this thing will get creamed pretty quick. That's not to say that maybe there's a bunker you can roll up on real quick and take those guys out if you dismount, but things get tricky. That's where things like the BMP or the Bradley or the Stryker are more suited, a little bit thicker armor, I would say. Now, despite that, I think it serves a good purpose to where you can protect your guys so they don't get waxed off the rip like if they were in a soft-skinned vehicle, like a Hilux. Now,
Or a Humvee.
Not only can the American citizen purchase one, not only have they been battle proven, but they have garnished a lot of interest from law enforcement agencies. There's a thing called the 1066 program. Now that
Can I sharpen this Wusthof chef's knife to be sharper than this straight razor? I'm gonna start with a fresh razor blade.
program is essentially a hand-me-down from Uncle Sam that a lot of law enforcement agencies utilize. Typically, they get MRAPs. Now, MRAPs are much bigger, I would say, than this bad boy, and they get a little bit wider. And on some back road countries in the middle of nowhere, if you are enforcing the law as a law enforcement goon of the state, that gets a little bit tricky for navigating those back roads. That's where something a little bit more compact.
Yeah, with the size of the MRAP, which it is wider than this, when we were deployed, we drove in the middle of the street. Why? Because the road belongs to us. Now, I understand it's your country, but the road is mine. The road is ours, and that's the way we drove. You're not passing us, you're not getting in front of us, you're not getting in between us. The road belongs to us, and there's not a goddamn thing short of IEDs that you can do about it. Yes, sir.
Comes into play. Something like this bad boy right here. I like the idea of that, and I think it's interesting. So not only could you possibly see these popping up in American citizen hands, fighting in foreign wars, you can also probably see these bad boys enforcing the law in your local area. Now, these guys are telling me an interesting little factoid about this, that they were at a SHOT Show and they were approached by some Ukrainian gentlemen that expressed their desire for a fast exfil from a protected carrier so they could deploy drones quickly. I do find that conflict interesting from a military tactic and how war is evolving perspective. Now, what puts this into the $1 million category is that they start at $395,000. And of course, as you add on more accoutrement, more technology, more things that go into it, the price, as most of the time it goes, just get.
Here's a question. What kind of fuel does this take? JP8, or is this just a diesel? Or does it run on regular unleaded? Because I know. Oh.
Gets higher and higher. There is even a VIP selection that they have that has leather interior, and it kind of looks like a private jet on the inside for the cabin, and then your drivers are up there doing their thing. I mean, it's really cool to see something like this. A little bit out of my price range. I'm gonna stick to the Hilux probably. I'm a big Hilux guy. What if I flip my truck like Brendan Schwab? But it is cool showing.
Damn, he can't fight, can't drive, and he's not funny. That's rough, Brendan. That sucks, bro.
Showing off something like this because it makes for good showbiz, baby. Now, as a warlord, of course, you can't just have one APC to enforce your power in your local territory. You have to have multiple APCs, and that's where the price does start to jump up even that much more. Even at the base price of $395, you probably want to get a good convoy of these going to really show the dominance of your area.
Yeah, dude, this right here, for those of you that are curious.
$95, you probably want to get a good convoy.
These are all MRAPs. Right here. All MRAPs. This fucker right here is lucky. He had a canopy top on his turret. I had no such thing, unfortunately. This is Bagram. I asked for a canopy top, and they said no, and I asked why, and they said because I said so, and I was like, oh, so you don't actually have a good fucking reason at all, because, you know, it's not something you need. Got it. But for those of you that don't know, that are curious, you see all this shit? You see all this shit right here that looks like a net going around the vehicle? Right here. This is called RPG netting. Guys, most of our trucks had this. My truck did not have RPG netting. We simply just had an attachment. We had a separate attachment, like a steel plate. Big ass steel plate that went on each side of the vehicles. My scout truck had RPG netting. My second truck did not have RPG netting. We just had an extra plate of armor on both sides. RPG netting. It's in the name. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll break it down. So essentially, these protrude about like 2 to 3 feet away from your standard armor that protects you. So when an RPG hits that netting, it explodes, and it's exploding 2 to 3 feet away from your armor. So it's basically an early detection system for the RPG. It mitigates damage on your armor for your vehicles. So
convoy of these going to really show the dominance of your area. And warfare is expensive, because then you have to have all the guys that go into this to enforce. You can't just have empty APCs. What's the point? It's about the people. The people make any good business possible. Thanks, camera guy.
if you're a warlord, you can just have these people be your fucking soldiers because you're a warlord. And you're either going to work for me or I fucking kill you. That's the type of, like, that's how most of them operate. They don't really have to recruit or hope for volunteers. They just hold a gun to their face and serve or die. That's how the Taliban did it.
I do want to give him props. I am a sucker for sharp angles, like I mentioned when I was talking about the Cybertruck. And they do a good job of having a really sleek and elegant design when it comes to the angles of this bad boy. Now, the cool thing about this is that it is street legal. Another thing is that it's very simple to drive. If you can drive a U-Haul, you drive one of these things. They made that very easy.
Putting a 249
So
on it?
obviously, an APC is much better when you have a 240 in its life. Now, obviously, something like this is really cool, but YouTube doesn't think it is. So if you want to see more stuff like this, feel free to like and subscribe. Keep in touch with what we got going on at the channel. I greatly appreciate it.
I mean, I really do hope that, you know what, this thing costs $360,000. I would hope that because it comes with a turret, and because it comes with all the proper specifications and attachments to mount a 249, a 240, and or a 50 caliber machine gun on it, I would hope that for that price that this thing comes with, at the very least, a gunner's harness, right? Because, you know, that's what keeps us in the vehicle when our trucks get hit with explosives. That way we don't go flying out and get yeeted like 1,000 fucking yards. Because, yeah, if you buy this thing, it's for one reason. I mean, yeah, you could drive this to McDonald's and use this for everyday driving. You could. But at the end of the day, if you really wanted to use this thing for its intended purpose, I would definitely get a fucking harness for the turret. For real. If you're going to have a gunner. I'm just saying. It's stuff to think about. Stuff to remember. If you have one of these, plan on buying one of these, and you plan on using this one day in a practical setting that it would be efficient and warranted, right? A whole bunch of crazy shit has to happen for that to happen, but you know what I'm saying? Very least a gunner's harness. You don't want to lose your gunner.
So the M240 medium machine gun, a belt-fed 308, will absolutely tear up anybody that gives you problems as a warlord. Absolutely turning them into a hot...
All right, but I'm just going to stop it right here. We're good, right? We got most of everything.
Meat flesh. It'll definitely get you where you need to be.
Yeah, that's a cool truck. What I would change on it, though, if it was mine, the color. That looks like baby shit combined with the pea flavored Gerber food that you give your infant child. That's what it looks like. That's an ugly goddamn color. Green and tan. But it's not yours. You rented it. If I owned it, it'd be a different color. I can't tell you what it would be. I'm thinking either just a variation of the tan that I use in the service or all black. Really. Because if I'm going to be a fucking warlord, then I'm going to liken myself to like fucking Batman or something. So definitely going to go with the all black. All black. First question, does it come in black? Don't worry about it. I got people. We'll just paint it. But yeah. Interesting, the spare on the top though. Gets a spare. I think our wrecker carried the spare. No, we had a spare. I just can't remember what side of the truck it was on. We even had. I can't remember where the fuck our spare even was. Tires are so heavy duty. I don't think we carried spares, bro. I think if our truck got fucked, it just got wrecked back to base. Really? If they could tow it. We lost a vehicle we couldn't tow. So, but they towed mine back, which was good. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, not the shiny glossy black. I'm not a fan of that kind of black. The flat black. Matte black is actually what it's called. Matte. Matte black or matte. I don't know how the fuck you pronounce it, but like that like charcoal kind of color, like the yeah, I like that. The glossy, shiny colors, not really. And especially not for this. You don't want to stick the fuck out, right? I love that flat black, the matte black color. Love that. Especially on rims. It looks really good on rims. That matte black, so clean. The glossy colors, not so much. It's just like, No, not fucking pink. Really. If this was pink, there's only one scenario. Ken bought it, and Barbie confiscated it. Oh, honey, you can take the Prius today. I'm gonna take this to work. It's fine. I really like this one. All right. So yeah, that'd probably be the deal if this bitch was pink. But I mean, if I wanted to take over a population just to piss them off, I probably would paint it pink now that I'm thinking about it. Really? Take over you and your people in a pink vehicle. That'd just add insult to injury. Really, for the most part. Anyways, that was fun. That was good. I think the only thing I can afford here is the rollerblades. And I'm going to pass on that too. So, yeah. And I don't really rollerblade these days. I can, dude. I grew up going to skating rinks. Man. Every weekend. Would go to the skating rink. My first time going, I tried quads. I can't do quads. That I can't do. Straight up. I cannot do the quad skates, bro. They're fucking stupid. They're clunky. They're dumb. I hate it. Stupid. Inline skates. Every weekend, bro. I used to race. I used to have like competitions on like fastest times and shit. I used to get in there and just fucking beat a whole bunch of people, except for the people that were faster than me, but beat all my friends. Faster than all them fuckers. It was great. All right, guys, gals, that is going to do it for today. We may go live tomorrow. We may do a music stream tomorrow. There was a couple days we didn't go live this week. I had shit to deal with my niece this week. She was sick. Got in trouble. Discipline. Fucking full-time fucking job watching after that one. So yeah, I missed a couple days this week, so I may make up one of those music streams that we missed earlier this week tomorrow. We don't stream on Sundays, but we'll make it happen. So have a fantastic evening. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chilling. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. May see y'all tomorrow. May not. I'll let you know in the Discord, but we'll definitely be back on this on Monday. Whatever I didn't get done with the list, Christian, I don't think we got to yours. We'll do that on the next variety stream. All right. So love y'all. Have a fantastic evening. Thank you for the follows lately. Thank you for the super chat earlier. Thank you for all the support y'all give me over on Twitch and shit. Broken record, I know, but I feel like I have to. All right. So anyways, love y'all. Enjoy y'all's weekend. Stay out of trouble. It's still early, so stay out of trouble. No fuck games. Which one is better, Matt V or MRAP? There's no W. It's just MRAP and MATV. It really depends on what you're trying to go for, Christian. The MRAP has more armor. It can take more of a hit. Its durability is massive, whereas the MAT-V cannot take as much damage as the MRAP. But the MAT-V is faster, has better capabilities, is not as top heavy, can go off-road. And off-roading is a big thing, especially in that country. Taking a MAT-V off-road is a lot better than taking an MRAP off-road because the MRAP is top heavy and this thing is prone to tipping. It is prone to rolling over. And if you don't know how to drive this vehicle properly and you go on an incline that you're not supposed to go on, you will roll this vehicle. Man, you really will. With a MAT-V, not so much. So it's a trade-off. Depends on what you're going for. Depends on what you're trying to do, and it depends on the mission, and it depends on your element, and it depends on your enemy, and it depends on the terrain, and it depends on the theater, and it depends on the weaponry being used at the end of the day. There's so much mission dependent shit that goes into what vehicle is better, what vehicle. For a convoy you could just have a mixture of both. That's what we did. We had 3 MAT-Vs and we had 4 MRAPs. That's it. So it really depends on the mission, your theater, and who your commanding officers are as to what vehicles get used, what vehicles are going to be used. You know, back in the day, not so much for the Humvee. That got phased out. They decided to use the MRAPs and the MATVs. So it all depends on what the mission requires. Everything depends on what the mission requires. One size doesn't fit all the time, except for your service weapon. Okay, guys, love y'all. Gotta go. See y'all either tomorrow or Monday.